be where you are. Come on, it's so simple. That's all it says. I wanna be where you are. Is this a cry of your heart this evening? I gotta be where you are. Yeah, I wanna be where you are. Gotta be where you are. I wanna be where you are. God, gotta be where you are. I wanna be where you are. God, gotta be where you are. God, I wanna be where you are. I gotta be where you are. Wanna be where you are. Gotta be where you are. For your glory, I would do anything just to see you, to behold you as our King. For your glory, I would do anything just to see you, to behold you as my King. For your glory, I would do anything just to see you, to behold you as our King. And for your glory, I would do anything just to see you, to behold you as our King. I wanna be where you are. I gotta be where you are. Wanna be where you are. God, gotta be where you are. God, keep me where you are. Joy is where you are. Hope is where you are. Joy is where you are. So God, I wanna be where you are. Gotta be where you are. Wanna be where you are. Gotta be where you are.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Friday from 9:15 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. with Kingdom Health Services, situated at number 125 Eastern Main Road in Tunapuna. For the program, Health and Healing, merging the old with the new, with Mr. Brent Diet. For more information, call 318-7471 or 484-0141 or 360-41 4100. It's all about Kingdom Health Services on the street, 919 FM.
In Trinidad and Tobago, there are so many things to talk about. Social issues, injustice, child abuse, domestic violence, political scandals, and much more. On HOTP, we will cover all that and much more. Don't forget, you can catch us every Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday nights from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Facebook and Instagram. Hot off the press. Hot topics, no filter.
Together we aspired, and together we have achieved.
We have achieved 6 decades of independence.
We must continue to embrace our watchwords:
discipline,
production, and tolerance.
Our national flag belongs to all of us.
So let us move together, hand in hand,
to create a better
and safe
Trinidad and Tobago.
Happy 60th Independence to Trinidad and Tobago from the street, 919 FM family.
Happy Independence, TNT.
This is Bishop Aaron Williams from the Divine Problem Solving International Ministries, inviting you to be part of our broadcast on any given Thursday night from 12 midnight right on to 5 a.m. on Friday morning. And this broadcast is called Early Morning Gospel Market Program. Then we have on Tuesday from 12 noon to 1 p.m. the Holy Ghost Gospel Pharmacy. If you are sick and ailing, you can get from this particular pharmacy, from the pharmacist, the good things of life. Hallelujah. And any Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, break into the host of the Philistines. Hallelujah. If you are sick and tired of being sick and tired, hearing the babel of false doctrines that you encounter daily, it's about time you get close to God. God's word direct from his throne room in the name of Jesus.
God has good plans for his people. Why do you worry so much?
Good about that, looking like it real bad.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from King's Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959 to 814723 or email us at coralvisiontT@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Hey, that boat, that look like it's on well.
Go out and body the people better we cause the trouble.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for Gospel in the Bone Ministry every Sunday from 7:05 a.m. to 8:55 a.m. for the program God's Last Warning Message. Hosea chapter 4 says, "Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel, for the Lord hath a controversy with the inhabitants of the land, because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land. By swearing and lying and killing and stealing and committing adultery, they break out, and blood toucheth blood." Remember, every Sunday from 7:05 a.m. to 8:55 a.m. for the program God's Last Warning Message with Gospel in the Bones Ministry, right here on the Street 919 FM.
The journey's almost
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
Well, a pleasant good morning to each and everyone, and welcome to this edition of the Titans of Democracy right here on the street, 919 FM. Let me thank the Heavenly Father for bringing me here safe, sound, and all together in one piece. Pleasant good morning going out to my entire family. Good morning to the lovely Miss Sharon Felix, Mr. Dominic Ramin, and their entire families. Good morning to you, all our callers, all our listeners, to all of our viewers online. For those of you that are always locked on with us, it's always a pleasure to have you guys right here on the inside with us, yes. So let me also say good morning going out to my friends and family in Tobago. Tobago, good morning. Hope you guys are doing good. Pleasant good morning going out to Auntie Patsy and Melissa. Hope you two ladies are doing fine this morning. Let me also say good morning to the management and staff of the street, 919 FM. Good morning to Mr. Iwer George and his entire family. So as you know, we open up the lines for you to give your morning greetings. My numbers are 342-0081 and 466-5391. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Bruce Wayne.
Hi, good morning, and how are you this morning?
Blessed day, how you doing?
I'm doing fine.
Well, hear this. I have a complaint to make.
Oh, Lord.
Since we haven't got no water for the whole entire week, I find one of them doing real stupidness. And the Indian man who do thing in the water, sabotaging the whole of Lavantera, especially Village Council Street. And I find that's real stupidness. We ain't get no water for some past weeks right now. That real madness, Bruce Wayne. What is going on with Wasta? What is going on with them? Why is they doing that? Why is they sabotaging we black people? I don't understand that. I tired of this. I tired of that. You can't do nothing without water. People have to wash, people have to cook, people have to take a good bath. That is not right. They're sabotaging we black people in Village Council Street. Oh, gosh, man.
All right.
Why is they doing people that, boy?
I know we have a few friends in Wassa that listen to the program, so I am sure they hear your cries and something will be done about it, my dear. So
because you try calling them, they're not picking up the phone. That's real madness.
Okay, my friend. Caller, good morning.
Uncle Brucey, morning. How you doing this morning, man?
I did cool. Good morning.
Right, good. Yesterday I didn't hear anything because in Facebook I on and nothing didn't come up and I didn't see no YouTube neither. But you know, God is good. Right, you on the video this morning until whatever when they take you away. So Auntie Sharo, Uncle Dominic, the principal, Professor Chance. You and your family, bless. For the day, Prime Minister, love you. Continue to do what you're doing. You know, young men, you all still killing each other. Young men. Life is worth living. There is a song that even says that. Life is worth living. God brought us here into this world to live and serve Him, not to be killing and fighting and into all illegal things. Young men of Trinidad and Tobago, hear the elderly cry. You all preserve your life to be men of the future and men of God. Come on over the weekend, go on sick, die or whatever. Oh my. All right, that is enough. Trinidad and Tobago, love you all the Titans, all my nice ladies who shouting out Mr. Mountain George. Love you all, I love you all. Blessings for the day. Uncle Brucey, I'll get in when you all start the music. I'll get in the dance.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, good.
Caller, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Bruce Wayne.
Morning, my dear. Morning. How you doing?
How are you today?
I am very good. How are you?
Okay, I missed you yesterday.
Yes.
I know. You had something to do important. Okay.
I was right here.
You was here?
Yeah.
Oh, but your thing was getting trouble.
Yeah, I was right here.
All right, then. Well, I want to shout out today's mom, Aisha birthday is today. I want to tell her happy birthday today. And God bless her with long life. Yeah?
Yes, my dear.
And I want to shout out to the director Sharon, Momso, Shak Lady, Mr. Napuna, Mano, and the rest of you all, good morning, Trinidad and Tobago, to have a blessed day today. And tomorrow is my birthday. But I hope I will get in tomorrow. But if I ain't get you, that is nothing. I know you will shout me out. You and Sharon here, and the Prime Minister, Patrick Manning, this is his own is tomorrow too. Okay? So God bless us and keep us and have a nice day. Yes, Prime Minister, you stay safe. Good morning to you and your family. Okay? Bye-bye.
Bye.
And have a blessed day, everybody, Trinidad and Tobago. Okay? Bye-bye. Yes.
So let me take this time out to say good morning to Mr. Dominic Romain. Good morning to you, sir. How are you this morning? And I hear you. Come on, I hear you. I understand now. I don't understand. Listen, let me see if it's on my end. I'll make sure everything straight here. Right, talk to me now.
It was on your side?
Nice, it's on my side.
Yeah, because I was hearing you loud and clear. So
I don't know who does interfere with the thingy. Ah, boy, what you gonna do?
Hey.
Yes. So we'll make sure everything else properly well up and running, eh? Right. Yeah. Yes. So continuing to take a few calls, and then we're going to get into the papers in a very short while. Caller, good morning.
Morning, Bruce.
Hey, Manu, how you doing?
Well, fit as a filly, spiritually guided, and, blessed. Morning, Dominic.
Morning,
Zina,
Manu.
time to get up. Zina. Morning, Zina. Miss Tunapuna. Hey, pass the street. 785. Gilpin and Miss Jean, good morning. Hey, Suman Oga. Malcolm and Jama, Mr. Toronto, missing in action. The prize are bad. Hey, Jenny and Kyra, good morning to you. Jackie and Jackie, good morning. Somebody else missing there. Okay. That's Mr. Hey, the brain getting kind of old, boy.
Yeah.
I can forget who I called already.
Yeah.
Okay, brother, still in. Mr. Bataria, good morning to you guys. The people of Bonnet Gardens and Mount Hope, good morning. Remember, love is the answer. Do something for somebody and don't think about it. Just do it with the love of your heart. Dr. Rowley, mash your X, full board, swing corner, because the rest of them long, they can't hold on properly. Swing corner fall long, all who Douglas and all who doing Douglas. Make sure them fall long when you're throwing them down. Anyway, love is the answer. Bruce, Dominic, Sharon, good morning to you. I'll talk to you guys later. Listen.
Yeah, man. Caller, good morning.
Morning, Bruce.
Hi, morning.
Morning, Dominic. Good morning to...
Morning, Gemma.
Davidi Omira, where I live. Good morning to Miss Patsy Street, my cousin-in-law. Good morning to Miss Tanapuna. A special good morning to my Prime Minister and his family, Prime Minister Holy Fort. I know it's tough, but God is in control. You put God first, and He will be right behind. I mean, He'll take care of everything what is taking place in this country. I know what is going on. God knows what is going on. God knows and sees all things, even our most secret thoughts. So when we do the wrong things, God will handle it in due course. Hold forth, Prime Minister. You know the odds is against you, but God is going to take control. Leave everything up to Him, and He will handle everything what is taking place in this country. But look, I don't know what to say, but God, you take charge of Trinidad and Tobago. Take control. A very special good morning to Mr. Mount St. George. God bless you, my brother. Have a blessed day. Take care. God is in control. He will handle everything that's going wrong in his country. God, take charge. I'm begging you, please. Take charge.
Thank you. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Bruce.
Hi, morning.
This is Miss Pleasantville here.
Good morning. How are you
I
doing?
just called, good morning. I just called to say good morning to the whole of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Dominic, morning. Sharon, morning. And Mr. Monk St. George, Mr. Chance, Miss Jenny, Mr. Napuna, Miss Barataria, everybody. Everybody who listens to this radio station, good morning and have a blessed day. Dr. Rowley, you hold on. And the President of Trinidad and Tobago, Miss Paula Merrick, you go, girl. I love to see you. Thanks, bye-bye.
Caller, good morning.
Bless love to you, Mr. Bruce Wayne.
Morning.
And your family this morning, and Mr. Dominic. Yes, glad to hear you again this morning in Jesus' name. Yesterday was a separate day for me. Yes, blessed love to Miss Karen Felix also and her family. Blessed love to the Titans family. Blessed love to Manu, Ivan G, Mommy Sauce, Chocolate Lady. Blessed love to Gemma, my in-law. Blessed love to all the rest of the Titans, Private Bar and all others. Mr. Chant, Professor, blessed love to my dear. Blessed love to Deep South. Blessed love to all of my surroundings like Tarshish, Mova, Beacon, Chumaka, Paradise High. Blessed love to you all. Keep that fire burning, as Mr. Tobago say. Too much bloodshed, each and every one. Stop holding grudge in all your mind for each other and killing out each other. Leave that grudge and think to the Lord Jesus. Let him take, nobody gives no life. That's how I lost mine. All you, stop it. In Jesus' name, as I say, too much blood in this country. It is looking real bad. We're not in no other countries. What we see, people have to be sticking up the bundle and keep running and on their destiny. Stop it in Jesus' name. Blessed love to each and every one. That is all we have to do. Forgiveness and share that love. Right? So love again in Jesus' name. Who I leave out, love to each and every one. Mano, I love you always. Boy, I like how you drop it. My Prime Minister must hold on to that balance in and don't let go. Just last night I just hear a little glimpse of she speaks. Oh, they are the best lawyers. But I know, without God, they're going to have voice and strength to say what they have to say. Because God is the boss. And what God says, He put up and He take down. Right? Everything in Jesus' name. Thank you, Mr. Bruce, Mr. Dominic, all them people on pressing. Right? And they're listening. Right? Mm-hmm. Love stays all the time. Of course.
So, guys, I think we can probably get into the papers at this point. Let me see. I'll take one more call here. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bruce.
Hi, morning.
And good morning, Dominic. I'm calling from the area of Kandahar. For the past week, within 2 weeks, we get no water. They say the pressure is low. All on the flat is getting water, but the hill ain't getting. All on here on Lauren Hill getting water. Manimore Road, and them on hill, more higher hill than we. I don't know what is the problem. I really don't know. It happened already. We had over 13 days we didn't get water in last month. It started back again this month. I've been coming to a little children. Sunday we could have cook a little food. Went to pay me bill. Me and Wayne Master. But at least, God give us some water. I hear the lady cry this morning. Water is life, and if they could keep up with the water. They have to get water every day, as I told them. The tank empty. At least they could send a trip and give us at least one tank until water comes. That is my air this morning. I'm thanking for taking my call.
No problem, my dear.
Have a blessed day.
You too, take care. Okay, guys, so we're going to get into the papers or headlines for today, Tuesday, the 16th of August 2022. So, headlines in the Express. Scrap iron shakeup. Government imposes 6-month ban on exports. Violators face $15,000 fine. Ferguson threatens legal action. 13 bloody murders recorded. So let's see what's going on. Let's see if let me reboot this to make sure I have the right stories at hand. Right, nice. So, on the inside, President on vacation returns August 26. President Paula May Weeks is currently on vacation. 13 bloody murders recorded. Summary: 2 men were shot and killed in separate incidents on Sunday night and yesterday morning, with one murder in Laventille and another in Pity Valley, Degomartin. Scrap iron shake-up. The government has imposed a 6-month ban on export of scrap and old metal, with Attorney General Reginald Amos stating yesterday that stating that the increasing theft of these materials was crippling the economy. The ban was approved by the cabinet last Thursday and went into effect on Friday, August 12, 2022. Armour announced at a news conference at the offices of the Ministry of National Security in Port of Spain. 6-month ban on scrap iron export. Susan Mills dies at home. Former newspaper editor Susan Mills was found dead at her Diamond Vale, Degomartin home on Sunday night. 5 women rescued, 2 men charged with human traffic, sex crimes. 2 men are expected to appear before Port of Spain magistrate today, charged with human trafficking and sexual offenses following the rescue of 5 Latin American women. 2 cops charged with misbehavior. A police constable was granted bail with a surety in the sum of $500,000 by a justice of the peace, while a woman police constable is expected to appear before Port of Spain magistrate. Wrapped in plastic, body found in Brasso. Driver 65 dies in highway crash. Coke in his backpack. Brave neighbor chases armed bandits, captures 1. Where are you going with that car? Delivery driver shot dead. COVID warning for TNT. And these are the stories making way in the Express. Over to the Newsday. Lights out for Bonaccord resident after attempted eviction. Acting Commissioner of Police cancels leave for cops in 5 high crime areas. Mother of murdered man, I was expecting it years ago. Kojo, all voices in cabinet have helped Tobago. Colleagues remember Susan Mills as beautiful, brilliant and gifted. 6-month ban on exports, no scrap iron selling. Oil cleanup keeps Caroni Bird Sanctuary alive. Man gunned down in South Orapooch trying to get back car. 4 months, no water for Melajo residents. I hope I pronounced that correct. 175 new COVID-19 cases, no deaths. Education Ministry. SCA exam next March. Sentencing for 4 Trinidadians charged in Grenada set for Wednesday. Small crowd, big fun as Arima celebrates 136. New Grant man fined $1,500 for dumping coconut shells on roadside. Manning seeks help for San Fernando landslip fire victims. Man killed in Freeport accident on way to work. Laventil man called outside, then killed. National Transformation Alliance announces Deputy Leader Lauren Pouchet. President on vacation. Unknown man's body found in Brasso. And these are the stories making way in the news day at this time. So we head over to the Guardian. Headlines in the Guardian. Battle for scraps. Government bans scrap iron exports until 2023. Kamala tells cops, charge Lee and Cardeal if they must. UNC have plenty good lawyers. There was nothing illegal in United National Congress Deputy Leader David Lee's transaction with a car, but if he is to be charged, the TNT Police Service should go ahead and do so, since the party has many good lawyers, says UNC leader Kamla Prasad Bisesa, vouching for the issue. JetBlue suspends Fort Lauderdale Port of Spain flights. Man murdered after collecting his rented car. Dealers vow to challenge ban all the way to Privy Council. Trinese to be sentenced Wednesday for assault of Grenadian sports star. Jacob, no rise in brazen killings but high-powered guns to blame for criminality. Landlord wins land fight against deceased tenants' children. WPC challenges TTPS refusal to allow her to sit promotional exam. Laventil man killed after being called outside his house. 9 held for illegal guns and ammo. Plate of food politics. Devon slams Family Day support by some. Lala, UNC must move on for good for TNT. Alarming COVID spike develops in Tobago. TTPS mounted branch stableman killed in crash. Criminologists, murder rate out of control. Journal, okay, right. Businessman shot in head at nightclub, remains in ICU. What the hell? And these are the stories that are making way in the Guardian, the Express, and the Newsday at this time. So, I hand you over to Mr. Dominic Romain.
Yes, sir. That story with JetBlue there. Anyway, we get to it just now. Not that it really concerns me. Well, it concerns me just a little, but I don't really, not that I use JetBlue when I'm going to Port Lauderdale, because I know JetBlue still win me some monies from December.
Oh, that was the airline.
Oh, that was the airline I booked with when I went in December when I was going to New York. And then they canceled. Yeah, they canceled that flight 10 o'clock the night, and the flight was supposed to be 8 o'clock the following morning. And up till now, I haven't gotten back my money from them. So, because I had to last minute book other flights, and I went on Delta. So, yeah, still trying all these months to get back my money.
They feel your way back.
No, I not playing that to the Bruce.
Yeah, they like to, that's sure, big companies like to drag you, know. Yeah, they like to drag you.
Oh, Lord. Right, so good morning to all of the loyal listeners of the Street 919 FM. Morning to Mr. and Mrs. Sapi, Mr. and Mrs. Regis. Morning, Angie. Bruce, have you heard from Angie recently? I still have not heard from her.
I try making her back and I didn't hear from her. The next thing is I will reach up where she live in and knock the door.
Every now and then you just go out there when you shut. But Angie, I hope all is well. Mano, Mother Tunapuna, good morning. Morning to Patsy Edwards, to Nicole Caesar, Davia Andrews, morning. Alison Samuel, Alison Haynes, and all of the Allisons as well, Miss Arlene Lewis. Good morning to you, to all of the folks taking us on Facebook and YouTube. Good morning. I'll say over the weekend, Bruce. Well, Sunday, we had that issue with the we weren't on air because of the transmission thing where they stole the cables and whatnot.
Yeah,
so we were on Facebook and YouTube. So I was forced to read the comments, which I try to avoid doing when I do my show, because you see, when the trolls come on and I read some of these comments, this distract me from what I need to talk about and how to engage them. But Sunday I was able to, I was afforded the opportunity to do so. And there was one by the name of, I think, Sammy John, and I can't remember the other guy's name, Roger something and some Jason D'Souza. I don't know if it is all of these people auditioning for the political leader. I don't know if maybe we mad, Bruce, but what seems to be common sense for us, I don't understand the nonsense that these people defend sometimes is beyond me, I mean, it's plain, simple, and to hear, I think this Jason D'Souza talking about we voted for Auntie until we did. Well, I say, well, I might very well do that. Until Ole dead or until she dead. One out of the two. But, it seems one might happen before the other. Anyway, moving right along. Yeah. There was another story that you touched on there that, anyway, that shooting that they had by, what's the name of the residents at One Woodbrook Place? The businessman who we read was he's in ICU or something.
Yeah, I wanted to find out where that was,
That was the residence by One Woodbrook Place.
Serious?
At some club or something.
Yeah, I know the club.
Yeah, apparently some guy or some men opened fire, and I think they shot 3 people. One guy died. 33-year-old businessman. He was shot in the head and he died. This other guy, I think he too was shot in the head. He is in hospital, and one guy was shot in the stomach. Yeah, so I think I saw in Sunday's newspaper, the mother of the one who died was reaching out to the Prime Minister and begging him to do something with respect to the state of crime in the country. Yeah. Yeah. So, anyhow, yeah, so the state of murders in the country, Bruce, is quite concerning. I think we're almost to 400. We still have 4.5 months to go. So it appears that we may be setting a new record this year, because these guys seem to have no restraint. As when they come to kill, they're not aiming specifically at who they come to kill. It's just open fire, and whoever pick up, well, hard luck. Right? And I think yesterday I heard Google interviewing where's that in?
Dominic, that I reading part of that looking like that was a hit,
But it reads like a hit. It reads like a hit.
The person came in, they opened, 3 of them, the 3 people were sitting down together, and they opened fire on all 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is this?
Yeah.
Lord Father.
I don't know who the intended target was, but Yeah. So, as I said, no restraint, but the commissioner was asked the question, and well, Google asked him the question, and the question was also posed to him on I-95 yesterday. About where the guns are coming from, and he was saying that while the narrative was that the guns were coming from the Venezuelan mainland, that the TTPS has a relationship with the ATF, which is in the United States, and he was saying that they've seized a number of the guns that the police have seized, that when they interact with the ATF and tracing the serial numbers and so on, a lot of these guns are originating from the United States. And and he was saying he listed a few of the places in the U.S. where it's coming from: Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Georgia, and so on. But he was saying that these guns are coming through the legal ports of entry, Port of Port-of-Spain, ports of Point Lisas, and so on. And and again, this is the problem with this country, right, Bruce? We blame the government first and foremost, because apparently the government is supposed to be, or is responsible for everything in this country. Citizens not responsible for anything. So I think he mentioned the scanner was down. Scanner was down in one of the ports or something like that. But that's not the only reason. I mean, even if the scanner is down, Bruce, there are manual facilities available for checking these containers, right? But this, be that as it may, the challenges that the state faces, so many things the government has to pay money for, money which by and large it does not have. And when it comes to the issue of the port, when the government made mention of the fact that they wanted to enter into a public-private partnership in order for the management of the port, where the country would still own the port, the government would still own the port, but they would just have a private entity run the port for profit, similar to the model that is used for Hyatt, where the government owns the hotel, but they have a management contract with Hyatt, so Hyatt manages it. You have the Hyatt brand, which would attract foreigners, because the Hyatt brand, in and of itself, has its benefits, right? So a portion of the profits would go to the Hyatt International for their management fees or whatever, and then the state benefits from the rest. So the same thing. But the minute they hear that, they want to sell the port, and this government only selling everything, and they want to sell this and sell that. Well, if it is that the port was managed by a private entity through a public-private partnership, right, the government wouldn't have had to find the money to fix the scanner, because the private entity would be responsible for all of those things, for maintenance and everything. So that would be out of the hands of the state. They would manage the port, run the port, and make profits for the government, and by extension, you, the tax-paying citizens. Because everything in this country is we paying tax and we paying tax. But some of these blockheaded, I will stop there, don't want to understand that. No, they don't want to understand that. They only want to sell out and sell out. I wouldn't take the time to research and understand and see how this thing has worked in other jurisdictions and worked well to the benefit of the citizens, right? No, leave it so. Because they're taking chin up from Anisette and these other guys. The same Anisette who, just a few years ago, and maybe when we go on the break, I'll try and pull up that article, where the SWTU was advocating for retrenchment. They were saying that they were willing to accept a visa offer from the state and send home some of the workers, right? But then the likes of this government only sending home people, and people only losing their jobs. And that's what's unfortunate about this country. Some people are just so locked on, so tuned into bacchanal and propaganda, that they don't understand common sense. They don't understand basic business practice. Some of them still living back in 1800s and 1900s with their thinking. And that is why other countries are going forward and are doing well, and we're stuck in the mire that we are. Yeah? Because we have citizens who choose propaganda and bacchanal, chop it talk, over common sense. And then want to talk about Trinidad is not a real place. So yeah, the government had to find the money, right? The port being what it is.
And that is for which one? That is the port way in Port-of-Spain or South?
I'm not too sure which one it was.
Because I remember talking about the trucks that come from down on my end.
Yeah.
And when I asked why it is that these trucks that they come in Chaguaramas, they collect these goods off these ships, and then they head south with it. What's the reason that it can't go to south? And somebody mentioned to me that the scanner in south is not working.
Right. Yeah.
Right? So with everything that you just said there now, Dominic, let me be real and let us be honest. Most of us that work within the government, not all of us, most of us, we just, okay, I have a government job and that is it. You're done there.
Right.
You know you're entitled to this, you're entitled to that, you have holidays coming, you have time off, so you just in the job.
Yeah.
You just in the job, you know? And let us be real, I mean, I wouldn't paint a broad brush and say everybody, because it's not everybody. But there are some of us within that government space that work, and some of us don't work. Let me be real.
Yeah.
Let me be real. If it is you in charge of this particular machine or whatever the case might be, and you know this machine supposed to be up and running, this is our important machine, okay, something happened to the machine. I would like to think that a report should be done as to what would have caused the issue with the machine.
Yeah.
So then going forward, we know, okay, we cannot do this, we cannot do that where the machine is concerned, because we don't want it to go down again. Right? And according to you now, the government had to find the money to fix that now.
Yeah.
What is to prevent it from going down again?
And that's the thing.
Was it
and what needs to be done? Yeah, and what needs to be done, Bruce, is that more and more of these state agencies, these state enterprises need to operate and run like businesses to be self-sufficient, right? Because the port making money when containers come in and all of that. And therefore, the port ought to be in a position where their coffers should be able to, I mean, it's not like you're buying a brand new scanner. How much money maintaining the damn thing could cost, even if it's down? I mean, to buy a part or whatever it is, it's not as much as buying a brand new scanner. So even if the government funds the purchase of the scanner, you tell me the port not making enough money that they could ensure proper maintenance? And so, okay, so when it's done well, whoever is whoever, that's not be responsibility? Come on. Really?
But I mean, like I could tell you, what is the cause of all of that, you know? Honestly, you know? And again, more people might get vexed with me this morning. But you see, from the time that there are no consequences for your actions, you do what you want. It come like a child. You're raising a child. You give them something to eat, they get vexed, they don't want it, they stamp up, they take it, they pelt the bowl, they pelt the bottle, and you do nothing as a parent. What you expect going to happen every time them do or something?
Right.
You ain't discipline them in no way, form, or fashion. So, hey, every time I do this, I get what I want. So, from the time they give them something that they don't want, hey, they're going to sky it. You're a duck.
But not only that, Bruce, one cannot discount the possibility of sabotage. Because, one, when the scanner down and we had to do things manually, that's over time. And you always hear about these what is called them? These customs officers. I've heard stories saying that men living on overtime alone, they had to touch their salary, you know.
No.
So
no, you see, again, that comes back to the ones who doing the job and the ones who not. Because look, I have a family member of mine that is a customs officer, and she don't make joke with she work. Donna morning, darling. She don't make joke with she work. But it have those who just, man, you know what going on? This month and I feel like I do it extra something in the coffers, yes? When that reach, when it's supposed to go tomorrow night, it'll go next week.
Yeah.
Let me take my time and deal with that.
Correct. Yeah. And then if the scanner down, as I said, for the guns to be coming into the legal port, I mean, it is not far-fetched to think that maybe you have people on the take. Hey, you know, this container in there and it has XYZ in it, and I need that to pass through. What you could do for me? Right?
I don't know.
What is to say, all right, you open the barrel? Yeah. Hey, checking this barrel here. All right, you open it? Yeah. All right, the thing there. Yeah, this is good to go. Send that through. Right? And money pass. And then what? You ain't thinking, consequences of your actions by allowing this contraband to come into the country, whose hands it ends up in. And you might very well end up being the victim of one of the things that you're allowed to pass. Exactly. Right? And in a stand bystander, you're going to arrest a man running, because right now there's no regard, right? Life no regard whatsoever.
Very, very,
yeah,
very
none whatsoever. You see, for a few dollars more, the entire country is put at risk, because we're not manufacturing guns here.
I'm going to let you go to the break, and guys, we'll be right back. Keep it locked.
Yeah.
And when I come, remember, I have a public secret to tell you. I think plenty people go get vexed with me this morning. Guys, we'll be right back. Keep it locked.
Oh Lord. Hear tune. Yeah, keep it right there, Lower down a little bit. Information again. Must give a little information for this tune. You ready, Bugman? We went up Tabakit by a friend of mine named Jungle. And we end up 2 miles in the forest, 12 o'clock midnight. And we make a cook in a cabbage field. Right? Reach home about 4 o'clock in the morning. And wake up next morning. And when I walk in the next room, I see my wife ironing something. And I just watch she. And the song come into my head. And I just start to sing all kind of thing. I can't pull the note good. La 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 la. Na 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 na. Keep it low right there. Catch you. The way you walk, way you talk, way you smile. When you looked at me, girl, for a while, started blush like a child. But I ain't playing no games now. I will do anything for your love. Just say the word now. You're my day, you're my night, you're my sun, you're my rain, you're my world now. I've got to have you. I've got to hold you. I've got to squeeze you. I'm longing for your love, girl. I've got to have you. I've got to hold you. I've got to set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. And you set my soul on fire. Yeah. Fire, fire. Fire, fire. The first time I saw your face, girl, I know that I met my bride now. Never felt this way for anyone. So real inside now. I can see myself taking strolls with you in the park now. Hugging up, kissing up, loving up. Let me go, let me go. I've got to have you. I've got to hold you. I've got to squeeze you. I'm longing for you. I've got to have you. Got to hold you. I've got to win your heart. You set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. Yeah. You set my soul on fire. You set my soul on fire. Fire. Aha. What a band song in sweet.
KMC.
Yes, Sammy.
Every Friday, it's all about Firewood Soca Fridays with MC Duke and Selector Kochi from 6 straight to 9 p.m. blazing all the latest and past soca hits. So remember, make it a line, make it a day, rock and come in, you know. It's all about Firewood Soca Fridays on the Street 919 FM. Don't know.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for the program The Final Hour with Pastor Valentine Garcia Jr. and his wife, Nikki Garcia, for the Bible study every Thursday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Mark chapter 16, verse 15 says, "Go into all the world and preach this gospel for every creature, for I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation."
Jesus.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the old-time gospel hour all-night prayer. This and every Friday evening on the Street 919 FM from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Designed with you in mind, this program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Together we aspired, and together we have achieved.
We have achieved 6 decades of independence.
We must continue to embrace our watchwords:
discipline,
production, and tolerance.
Our national flag belongs to all of us.
So let us move together, hand in hand,
to create a better
and safe
Trinidad and Tobago. Happy 60th Independence to Trinidad and Tobago from the Street 919 FM family.
Happy Independence, TNT.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108.
Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle Tuesday morning from 11:05 to 12 noon, right here on the Street 919 FM.
Tune into the Street 91.9 FM
every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
for the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas.
The scripture says, and they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in.
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on the Street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the Street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the Street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845-349-5178 or 342-7303.
Good about that looking like it real bad.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from Kings Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959 to 814723 or email us at coralvisiontt@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
And that boat and look like it's as well.
So the out and bad and the people better we cause trouble.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
So welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're locked on to the Street 919 FM. This is your Titans of Democracy with Dominic Romain and Bruce Wayne. Yes, Dominic.
Yeah, Bruce, I sent you something on WhatsApp.
So, Dominic.
You could put that up for me.
Yeah, this,
Please.
No comment. You see how everybody does have their little government job, so to say?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And for those of them that abuse this, I wish I had a government job too, Dominic. When I finish work on the radio in the morning, I go to my job after.
Right.
I hope somebody, the right person listening, could, you know, I don't mind taking it in works, you know, on the electrical, you know, seeing that I'm pursuing my electrical and stuff, you know. Yeah, I think I will make a, you know, nice electrician within the works ministry, you know.
The electrical inspectorate, I think.
All of that, you know, all of that. Because it have people who have these jobs that just...
Yeah.
You have a government job and you... Any noise, whatever, how it goes, But then, when the union say, boo, we all up in arms. Dominic, I forwarded your information that you now sent me here.
Yes.
I don't know. If the unions of the day, how they move it and everything, I ain't seen a union that could represent me in anything, you know.
Yeah.
You know, because at the end of the day, as far as I am seeing, and if I am wrong, one of them could probably call and tell me different. The heads of these unions don't seem to be doing much for the people they represent.
They're not.
So I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
It's not just you.
I not seen the bigger picture. I don't know.
No, it's not just you.
Ah, boy.
The fact of the matter is, Bruce, that none of these union leaders can really commiserate with the people that they represent. So that when I hear Roger, Anizette, Baptiste, and the rest of them, I haven't heard Lambert in a while. But when I hear them talking about, you know, the struggles of workers and all of that, and putting food on the table, and when has Roger ever had to worry about putting food on the table? When? What type of vehicle does Roger drive? Even when Roger was working Petrotrin, he never had to worry about putting food on the table and struggles and so on. Eh? These men living high off the hog. Look at what's his name? When Watson Duke. As soon as Watson Duke came into leadership of the PSA, what did he do? The first thing he bought was a BMW 5 Series. And then after the BMW 5 Series came the Mercedes. And then when he got into the accident, he probably said, praise God. And this is the excuse to get rid of this Mercedes. Time to upgrade. He went to a Range Rover. Yeah?
Wow.
Why you didn't get a Tita? Why you didn't get a selfie?
With my union dues.
Yeah. How do you are representing all of these thousands of workers who are struggling? Some of them don't know what ownership of a car is, right? All they know is PTSC, the bus route, the main road. That's what they know, the highway. Yeah? Stand up waiting for maxi, taxi. That's what they know.
You didn't even put in work yet, you're going and buy vehicle.
Correct, as soon as you came in. And then it had nothing cheaper than that. You could games. The man even still buy a 3 Series, you know. Buy a BMW 5 Series. It costs $500,000. Right? Over $500,000 for that vehicle. Numbers dues. But the members ain't studying that. Right? Roger used to drive. He too had a BMW 5 Series because I remember at one time he had put it up for sale and one of my colleagues was interested in buying it and he came by the office. So he sent his driver by the office so that my colleague could take a look at it and go for a test drive or whatever it is. I think subsequent to that he would have upgraded. But again, these workers not looking at that. They're not asking any questions as to where their dues are going, right? Instead, Roger up and down the place on Megahorn, talking about special branch. You know, the level of nastiness that these big hardback men have engaged in, it is really, really, really unfortunate, right? So all of them now, every time they give a speech or talk about anything, they have to find a way to throw in special branch and special branch and special branch. You have my picture there, Bruce?
Yes.
Put it up for me, please. I want to pay special attention to the man this morning, and well, Angie's and that. So Angie has come out of hibernation for a little bit. Thank you, Angie.
Angie is still upset, eh?
The man in the white tights with the banana. Yeah. Now, if I didn't know who he was, I wouldn't think that was Photoshop. Eh? And I think that is perhaps the best body. That is perhaps the best body for that individual. Yeah. Yeah. You know, no disrespect to the transgender community, but I honestly think that suits him. I think he is definitely a woman trapped in a man's body, and he's reaching out, he's crying out, you know, for help. Yeah, he's crying out for help. I think he wants to come out because I listened to this nastiness last night, Bruce. You know, last night was the Monday night forum. Yeah, and I listened. I tuned in to hear what the Miss Leader of the opposition had to say. I tuned in late, so I had to go and unfortunately put myself through the stress of having to rewind and watch. Right? So when I rewind, I started from Rudy Indasing. It is the most difficult thing to listen to Rudy Indasing. That drawl that this man has is like, you know, you've heard people talk about somebody his fingernails across a blackboard. It's worse than that. Yeah. Listening to this man is make you want to take a pencil and stab yourself in the eye. It's that bad. It's really, really that bad. I mean, oh gosh. Good. And the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and it's like, you see, I can't deal, Bruce, anyway. And listen to this man, right? So they talk about Stuart Young going to Venezuela, and then of course he too had to reference special branch, and he who something about special branch would be beaten in the general election with a special branch. And then after him came, well, whoever, and then the Doglaya came on. He came on just before Kamala Prasad says, Bruce, the level of nastiness, when you think this man has reached rock bottom, you say, hold my punching. You ain't hear nothing yet. This man went on last night. I know he talking about Dr. Rowley. And apparently there was an article that appeared in yesterday's newspaper with respect to Dr. Rowley's response to Anizet. Yeah, his feigned Anizet's feigned concern for women and respect for women and so on. Well, boy, they went to tongue on that. The Doglaya. He said, Anizet don't have the time or something so to respond to you, but I drinking taking medicine for Anizet or something. So you know the saying. Yeah.
I drinking medicine for Anizet
or some kind of shippiness. Say a lie at time. This, what's the best thing I could use? As watchman, to borrow a term from watchman, just bald-headed afterward, right? This disgusting piece of filth. I swear that after that meeting, when they have to go home, it's just a whole lineup of swim-called garbage trucks is just be waiting to take them, right? There's only filth in that meeting. From the leader come right down to all the attendees, all of them need to go home in the back of a rubbish truck. Trash. That's what they are. I mean, to even call them the ocean of deplorables now, Bruce, it still isn't enough. There's no limit to the level of nasty that these people will go to. So I listened to this man last night want to attack the Prime Minister for the statement that he put out with respect to Anizet. I'm talking about old Dr. Rowley, that he has disrespected women. So they have this video that they play since last week. So they have little clips of things that Dr. Rowley has said over the years. And Dr. Rowley had called Kamala Jamet. He never called Kamala Jamet. He referred to her behavior as geometry. And I agreed with that, especially after listening to her last night. So I am not surprised that she has not condemned Anil Roberts for the nastiness that he has been saying over the last couple of weeks. In fact, last night she doubled down in her support of him saying those things. So he calls out a list, right? So he says he's challenging Dr. Rowley to sue him for the things that he said. And he said, because bring it on, Rowley. Me and my lawyers, we're ready. Because we have a whole list of persons that we're going to subpoena to come and testify on our behalf. And he calls out a running list of women who he says the Prime Minister has had relations with. So he says 3 female members of cabinet, 2 senior official government, 2 senior public officials, some women in the Prime Office of the Prime Minister. You know, nastiness. He said the 17-year-old girl that the Prime Minister whined on for Carnival, while his family was looking on, his wife and his daughters and his grandchildren were looking on, and he was whining on this 17-year-old girl. And then when she turned 21, she got an HCC house for that wine. So no regard for the young lady, no regard for her family.
Wow.
Right? Yeah. And that she's 25 years old now. And so apparently they keep in track on this poor young girl. This poor girl who saw the Prime Minister playing mass, and she probably decided to take an opportunity. Well, let me get a little dance with the Prime Minister, right? They have taken this to the depths of nastiness. That filthy, words escape me. I don't like to use the word hate, Bruce. I detest Anil Roberts. Detest that man. And I am, I am incensed that the misleader of the opposition has this nasty, disgusting rag in the Senate of this country, that this man has the title of Senate, right? The nastiness he talked about, he said, included in the list is the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate. The only person he say that the Prime Minister with is the President. And I suppose he might say that eventually too. Yeah? This disgusting man, the levels that he went to last night, and talking about disrespect for women. Why is he a single father? At least Dr. Rowley is still married. Yeah? You still have a wife. You single. Every night when you go to bed, well, I can't say you go to bed by yourself because, I don't have any evidence of that. But seeing as how he seems to have an inclination towards bananas, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised in the least. Not surprising. And that is why that photo is so appropriate for that clown. Right? So appropriate for that clown. He take the cake. And then his ridiculous leader, who wants to be the next Prime Minister, and he talk about when you put us back in office and when you put us back in office. Right? This disgusting woman, after she comes on after him, praising him for that, Yes, and Senator Roberts for that powerful contribution. Really, Kamala? A powerful contribution in which he disrespects the Prime Minister in every way possible. I know what's even worse. You all carried that live on TV Jagrati. So people looking at it in their homes, right? Who didn't want to attend, who couldn't attend, wherever it is. And I'm sure some of these homes have children in it, listening and watching to this nastiness, right? And that is why I would say that the UNC as a party is an ocean of deplorables, from captain to cook, everyone all in. Because of those of you who continue to uphold this nastiness and wouldn't speak out, Only just as bad. The upholders worse than the thief. So don't figure because you might be upset with some of the things that's saying, but you sit down in the corner and you ain't saying nothing, you're just as bad. So that's why I will throw you all into the lot of the ocean of deplorables, and as Fitzgerald Hines said, alligators in the same murky lagoon. And that has nothing to do with race. It has to do with the mentality of UNC supporters who will continue to uphold this nastiness, even if they do agree with it, will not speak out against it. And that your leader, who wants to be the prime minister of this country, gets up to talk about, how Dr. Rowley disrespects women and he's the biggest hypocrite. But you sit down there for about 10 to 15 minutes and listen to Annie Roberts say the nastiest things about so many women in this country, making allegations about them having an affair with the prime minister and with the prime minister sharing sperm all over the place. Bruce, it didn't have this nastiness, didn't say, I'm upset to even repeat the things that he said. And she sat down there, listened to that, all of that nastiness, and then get up after him and say, yes, that was a powerful contribution. It's like when certain callers call in on a Saturday, right? After those gentlemen talk the nonsense that they talk, that we come in to educate and inform, but only demonstrating every Saturday that they're miseducated and uninformed. And then you have people like Mr. Tabakit and so on who will call in and say, yes, excellent contribution. Go to the head of the class. Yes, you're top of the class today. Only misinformation. How much nonsense I heard on Saturday, I had to come on Sunday to debunk. I don't really listen to that. I don't have time for that. These guys give me a headache, brain freeze, to listen to that trash. It's like, I get so upset when I listen to that. It's like, really? You men all have smartphones, or you're still operating with Me Too? I cannot believe that these men have smartphones and coming on every Saturday and talking that trash. And then you have people calling and substantiating that foolishness. And it demonstrates the intellectual capacity of the people who listen to that program. But anyway, that's not what I want this morning, right? Is that the misleader of the opposition demonstrated last night, again, poor judgment and why she should never serve as prime minister of this country again. That you're encouraging that kind of behavior. And that is why the PNM is always held to a higher standard than the UNC and will always be held to a higher standard. You know why? Because of the nastiness that came out of that dog's mouth last night. I'm calling him that. I apologize to dogs everywhere, right? I apologize to you all for calling him that. Yeah? Maybe I should call him something else. Anyway, let me not go there. I'm going to keep it radio friendly. Right? If a minister of the PNM or some senior official in the PNM had said anything like that, Bruce, people would be surprised. What? But he ain't not come out from that man's mouth. Par for the course, no surprise there. Listening to Rudy and Das, I expect nothing from them better. As a matter of fact, I expect nothing better from none of them. Maybe if I heard that come out of the mouth of Rushton Parry, I might be surprised because he's one of the few who still have a modicum of decency in that party. But he too seems to be degenerated. But I saw he put out a post that I read on Sunday morning in support of Samuel Sanka, the UNC councillor who went to the meeting there last week. And as I said, it seems he borrowed somebody's testicles to put out that post on Facebook, because the men in the UNC is a bunch of eunuchs, right? All of them emasculated. So when they come into office, as part of the requirement to serve under Kamla at the behest of Kamla Prasad Bisesa for a period of servitude, you are required to relinquish your testicles for a period of 3 years as a councillor or 5 as a member of parliament. Do ask to use it or see, well, maybe she might give you visitation rights. So maybe once a year you could get to peep it and remember what your testicles look like. Yeah? But for the most part, if you wanted to stand up to her, you had to borrow somebody else's. Right? And so when I listened last night, and then she has the audacity to talk about the prime minister and him being a hypocrite. For weeks on end, Bruce, she was talking about this issue with Paris and the vehicle. You know when they have nothing to talk about, right? So last night she had precious little to speak of. So the only she saw a lengthy video from apparently they had a family day last week. Some corridor climb and so on and whatnot and stuff. So, as a filler now. So she really had nothing to talk about. And yes, no, you know when she's had a sip and when she needs one. Because when she's had a sip, apparently her speech is a little better. Yeah, you can understand what she said. When she's in need of a sip, she eats up her words. As Pandey says, she's tie up her tongue is tied up in her mouth. Last night she needed a sip. Yeah? So she couldn't talk for too long now because, you know, she started to get a little jittery and started to drift. Yeah. So they had that filler when he showing her set of videos and stuff. So the only thing she could find to talk about last night is I'm going to Venezuela. And the issue of, now she just touched on the issue of David Lee. And you would have read it earlier on where she was saying that there is no corruption there and that everything was above board in that transaction. And this is an old story from 2 years ago that the PNM dredged up because of all the pressure that they taken from the union and so on. So they tried to distract with this story. The media contacted David Lee. David Lee said nothing. He has no comment to make. They contacted Kirk Mayhew. Kirk Mayhew said that the party has no statement to make at this time. But your leader coming on a public platform to say that everything is above board and there was nothing there. Really? You're so sure about that? Did you go and dig up in the Integrity Commission filings like you did with Faris? Did you inspect it with a fine-tooth comb, or you call David Lee and say, David, what is going on there, boy? And he said, nah, man, leader, you don't worry yourself. All right, no problem. Right? So listen to Anna Roberts call Dr. Rowley the laziest prime minister. And that, this prime minister has taken more holidays and more vacation than anybody else. Are you for real? You serious? The woman who used to have 5-day weekends? Miss, I am advised, never informed.
And always
like advised. You forget that. You forgot that. It was not the PNM say that. One of her closest advisors, Gary Griffith, he says so. 5-day weekends. Sometimes how many times she missed cabinet? Probably because she was under the influence. Yeah, she couldn't come to cabinet meeting, so everybody else chair meeting. And when she not on holiday, she out of the country, but talking about this prime minister always out of the country, and he went out of the country for 27 days and what he was doing and all of that. This is the example that these people set in. This is the party that is telling you, give us another 5 years. This is the party that is telling you they are the government in waiting. But look at the characters. Look at the characters that they present to you. You even can imagine having to put up with Anil Roberts as a minister of government, that filthy, nasty, dirty. Every time, Bruce, I mention this, I just get upset. I mean, how can you live in a country with something like that as a government minister? I can't have no respect for him. Imagine you go somewhere and he come to give a speech and when he walk in the room, he had to stand up. Stand up my foot. Spit on the ground when he come inside and walk out. You know, Kingsley like to say, twa. Yes, twa. Whenever I think about Anil Roberts. But she praised him last night. Yes, that is a powerful contribution. Powerful contribution from Senator Anil. Yeah. While you allowed him to denigrate and say the worst things about so many women in this country. Women who hold high positions. Women who are supposed to be looked up to by the young girls in this country as to positions that they could aspire to as exemplars. You allowed Anil Roberts to waste them down and make allegations that these people have families. That's what she does study, you know. They have families, they have husbands, they have spouses, they have children. Yeah. Some of them grandchildren. And when you have this nastiness, this disgusting man, night after night, saying the worst things and making allegations that you know it is for you to hear a man who's a senator, no less, saying that your mother, your grandmother, your aunt, or whoever it is having an affair with the prime minister. They don't spare any thought for these people's families. And they figure out when they say these things that they're only jamming Rowley and Rowley and Rowley. No. But when you say things about them on the other side, they vex. Right? But as I told Marsha Walker, we're still waiting for the avalanche lawsuits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Going on with Christian Go Cool. What's going on there? You not interested again? Huh? Or is that little escapade still going on? Jack says so. Jack said so. What's going on? Tell us now. When it is that Jack brought up the thing, but man hiding behind, sit down in the back seat, hiding in the back seat at the Prado, making their way to the Prime Minister's residence. All they had issues with that, Jason D'Souza, Sammy John. But all they like what's going on, disgusting people, boy. I could ever support our party. All you're mad, yes? Mad. So let me see something. Right. Yeah. half the time she's not even in Parliament. Why? I ain't gonna give her excuse or a reason for that. And then when she come Parliament and she has to give her a presentation, what's happened? They had to put a chair next to her. And like they already planned the thing. So here what? I will say this, and you always start to beat the desk and make a certain noise for about 5 minutes so I could get 5 minutes to sit down. We know the play, they ain't fooling nobody. And then when she, if it is that she come and she to go to one of these meetings that she can't stand up, they bring Mundilal to serenade her. Because she need to sit down for a little while to catch her breath. So she sit down and they bring Khadija, me to sit down next to her, and he's singing. Since when he's a Chantwell? Eh? Since when? All of a sudden, Mundilal is a singer. Look, will you miss me with that BS, huh? Bruce.
Ah, boy, Dominic.
You see, but as I go through that, I was to listen to this nasty this every Monday night, and I couldn't listen to the whole thing, eh? But as man would say, she uma popcorn and a big popcorn and a Coke. She really wastes my time last. Honestly, I could have been doing something better, Bruce. I could have taken a sleep dose off. I had work to do. I could have been doing. I take time off to listen to that trash. I should send them a bill, or they waste my time. Come better than that now. But of course, the members of the literati only enjoy that. Yeah, Anil. Yeah, boy, get them, Anil, get them. Every time Anil Roberts opens his mouth, whether it's on the Monday Night Forum or any platform that he uses, and you'll encourage that, it just goes to show that the PNM will always be held to a higher standard than the UNC. You will always be beneath the PNM. Now, Central don't like to hear that. But the UNC will always be beneath the PNM. That is why whenever we hear a member of the UNC arrested for anything, we're not surprised. Okay, another one. Because we expect that from you all. That whenever you all hold office of whatever it is or whatever level, we expect only corruption from you all. Whether you're in opposition or in government, that's what we expect from UNC politician. Corruption. That's all they're good for. Just go in there to thief. And you all have nothing, you all have no moral authority to accuse the PNM of anything. As we always say, whenever you all have to talk about PNM corruption or PNM invent corruption, well, give us examples now. The only example of recent vintage you all could talk about is Marlene McDonald, and anything before that, all you had to go back to the 1970s. 5 decades, 50 years, you all had to go back to talk about O'Halloran and Privat. Only shame, but with the PNM in office for 40-something years and 40-something years. How many PNM politicians come before the court? You all had 11 years in power. And how many of your politicians was before the court? You had from Prime Minister, Attorney General, Senator, Councillor, Minister, across the board. No position is safe with all there. Imagine a minister charged for murder. That is the extent. And that is a badge of shame that the UNC will always have to wear. And all you can say what all you want. That is something you cannot erase. That is a fact that the majority of politicians before the courthouse came from the house of the setting sun, the United National Congress. So what all you can talk about from now till the cows come home about the PNM, this and the PNM corruption, the PNM and the PNM. At the end of the day, every time you call yourself UNC and proud, you're proud to know that the majority of the politicians before the courthouse came from your party. Basket of deplorables. Ocean of deplorables. And I will keep repeating that. If all your vex, that's all your business. Go and listen to the underground report where it's misinformation from morning till noon. Yeah? Anyway, Bruce, you can open the lines there.
Ah, boy. So, guys, you can call us at 342-0081 and 466-5391. So the lines are now open. Hey. Deplorables, boy. You can't himself say, you can't say basket, you can't say ocean.
Basket too small, Bruce.
Yeah.
Too small. And see, they had the family day and stuff. You mentioned it there just now. All of them who was criticizing Kamala before. You know, these, when I tell you the men in the UNC, all of them supposed to be wearing thongs and what's called it, hipsters. No, that's what they're supposed to be wearing, Bruce. Girdle. That's what they're supposed to be wearing. Petticoat. You're not supposed to be wearing pants. Disgusting. That's what Larry Lala and them running back to coat out of her because they figure, hey, the union and everybody rises up against the PNM, so we might have a good chance again. Go ahead. It's 3-4 years we still have. Wait.
Caller, good morning.
Blessed morning to you, Bruce.
Morning, my brother. How you doing?
Good to be in the land of the living of Georgia. Good morning, Dr. Beautiful. Morning, Dominic.
Morning, sir.
And by extension, the titans of democracy. These people never care about country. I keep repeating that. They was on taxpayers' money all the while. Especially men like Roger and Yvette and them. What is Roger's salary? What is an Yvette and these guys' salary? What did they do for the people that they represent? We had a pandemic. I didn't see them come out and do anything. And that's a stink about. The two poll man, he brain gone. He can't live out the horn he get from the Rasta man. So he had to continue doing what he's doing and saying what he's saying. But time longer than trying, my brothers. Time longer than trying. We could deal with that. I looked on and listened to Georgia. You all have a safe and blessed day.
You too,
God is the boss.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, King. God.
Caller, good morning.
Hi, morning, Bruce. Morning, Dominic.
Good morning, John.
Morning, Jen.
Morning to all the callers and listeners on 91.9. Mr. Chance, wanted to open at Zina, Angie. Darling, we love you. Be blessed. Bartaria, Rowley Jr., the whole crew from Tobago, Miss Rowley, Miss Crosby, Mount St. George, Mr. Archer, everybody, and all the silent listeners. Dominic, we would have heard enough stories about Mrs. Kamla Prasad sister that she hasn't taken anybody to court for saying. Jack saying she drunk and fall on Ganji statue. Miss Willa St. Rose saying she have a monkey on her back. We heard this gentleman who apparently was the bodyguard of Mr. Pandey would have spoken about her drinking and all that. We have heard those things. She has not discounted it. She has not taken anybody to court. So I just go in with them saying, if somebody has that issue of alcoholism and drinking, after a while it does take effect on your body. It will take effect on your cognition also, how you think, how you process things. So if you have to go by what everybody has been saying about Ms. Kamla Prasad Bisesa, we could only logically assume she has a problem with alcohol. And if that is happening at her level, if you are a slave to any addiction, when your body in need of it or feel fit, you will say all kind of things. And when you take it, you will do all type of things. And to me, that is very, very unhealthy. And what that does, people take advantage of you, because if you're in a position of power and you could help them with certain things, it is logical they may get you in that state where you're not able to function properly. You know, they'll say some people, when they smell the rum cork, that alone does get them drunk. We don't know if there's a situation happening with Ms. Kamla Prasad Bisesa based on all the things we're hearing. So I'm very concerned about her health, just as they were concerned about Dr. Rowley's health, because the opposition is needed in this country. It's a democratic system, and we follow the English way of model of governance, right? So opposition is very important. They are the government in waiting, and they are the ones to keep our government on its toes. That is logically. I don't know what they're doing right now. I want to just quickly say, because this is very important, I have been challenged about my qualification to speak on labor, and I just want to put it out here. People, I graduated from Cipriani College of Labor and Cooperative Study. I went on 2 occasions, won 2 scholarships from PSA when we had a good president, Ms. Jennifer Baptiste Primus. So I graduated with a certificate in industrial relations and an associate degree in labor studies. My thesis was on the effects of globalization on unions in the Caribbean, especially emphasis on Trinidad and Tobago. So that's where my passion comes from. I had to do research because it was data-driven. So I want to put that to rest. Quickly with the negotiations for public officers who may listen and others. OWTU are in negotiation talks with Yara Limited, Trinidad Limited, because they represent the workers there. They have 2 negotiation periods before Yara. And it's instructive that Mr. Rocha would have said that they're prepared to do everything legal into treating with the negotiation. However, they're not prepared to go to court, industrial court, when I say court. And there's a reason to me, logically, because just this year, a judgment was handed down in the industrial court against Estate Police Association and OWTU, who represent workers at Tiantec. Tiantec would have offered Estate Police 6%, which they refused. It went through a process. It went to industrial court from since 2018. OWTU had a 12% offer in a proposal. That too went to court in 2018. How much years later? This is 2022. A judgment was passed down that Tiantec, the court would have agreed with Tiantec, who said they can't pay more than the 6% for Estate Police, and they can't pay anything. The court agreed, the industrial court. And coming out of that judgment this year, which is a precedent-setting case, the both unions get 0.00 for the workers. I'm telling people this because it's important they understand. Since 1989, there has been judgment in the industrial court in favor of the employee, where when the employer say they can't pay, while the industrial court understand with all the data they bring, they always say pay the employee the money. Now that has been overturned, how much years later? About 30-something years later, where once the employer apparently has shown that they cannot pay, and they offered something and you refuse it, and it goes to industrial court after a long process, 0.00. So it is logical to assume if the CPO is offering XYZ and we cannot come to the table and negotiate like big people on both sides, and where we could look for other benefits other than just a percentage, land, house, and all those things, offsetting mortgage and bonds and whatever, and this should break down and go industrial court after the process, the chances are highly likely we will get 0.00. And I'm concerned about it because I saw SWTU settled with Angostura for 7% for the workers up there for the period 2020 to 2022 or 7%. And Leroy Batiste was asked, if the government changed the position with CPO for 7%, will PSA accept it? And he just simply said no. While any GFW would have said, we will look at it carefully, we'll examine it, and if our retirees is not affected, we will look at it. And it concerned me that Leroy Batiste, Bangalore president of PSA, will just simply said no. On whose behalf he's saying that because he hasn't spoken to the General Counsel, nobody. And I'm warning PSA members, if we allow this Bangalore president to continue with his rant and raving and not sit and negotiate properly on public officers' behalf, and God forbid this ends up in industrial court, the trend may continue 0.00. That is facts, not fiction. Thank you, Bruce, and allow me the opportunity to always explain myself properly. You all be blessed. Bye.
You're welcome, Jen. So, guys, you can call us at 342-0081 and 466-5391. Let's see who's out there. Caller, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Dominic. Morning, Bruce. It's always a pleasure. I meant to call yesterday, but obviously that couldn't happen because of the issue you were facing.
Yeah.
But I want to raise a little issue my family experienced on the weekend. On Friday, one of our family members fell gravely ill and had to be rushed to the hospital. Now, the ambulance coming to pick her up, that's another story. You know, we always have challenges in that area, and that needs to be addressed. But not going into details with her issue after she was assessed. And I must say, the hospital staff and everybody involved were really absolutely amazing at their job and handling the situation. You know, yes, some people experience some issues with health. Yeah, but it was really good. We really were given good service. My angst and my concern is, unfortunately, she needed blood, and we had to mobilize quite an amount of people to give blood.
Okay.
And on Saturday, we went to the blood bank, and because of her situation, a lot of people came out to get blood. Unknowingly to the nurses at the blood bank, they weren't sure why so much people were coming to give blood to this one person. They didn't know of the specifics.
Yeah.
And that's besides the point. I guess that's a communications issue within the hospital. But where my issue lies is that one of the nurses came out and was asking me questions about the situation and why so much people were giving blood to this one patient. And I explained to her and I said, why did you ask? And she said, because if it is, we have let's just say 10 people coming to give blood to this one individual, and they only use 8 of the 10 units that was chipped to her, because there's a chip system where you put the patient's name and everything. If they don't use 2 of the blood that were donated to her, because we know it's not the literal blood that's being donated on that day is given to the patient. You replenish in the bank.
Yeah.
But if those 2 pints are not used, they dump it. And that's where I have an issue. Something needs to change. Now, it needs to fact check. More than one individual told me about the system at the blood bank and donating. And I think that needs to change because we have a very big problem of needing blood for, whatever situations the hospitals may need. And my thing is, if you have an excess for one person, once the blood is screened, etc., why couldn't it be put in the bank and be used for somebody else? You understand?
Yeah.
I think it's a precious commodity, and that's where my issue lies, I think the system needs to be a little more proactive, and if you have excess, screen it. Once it's good, you put it in the bank, because we need blood, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I really, really have an issue with that. So I hope that if there's somebody in the ministry who is listening, and if this, in fact, is the case, I'm hoping they look at changing this, because there are a lot of people who are willing to give, even if, yes, there's a chipped system. Keep what is good for whoever. Don't throw it away.
Yeah.
It makes no sense. That's just me,
I agree.
And kudos to the nurses at the blood bank and stuff. They're trying to make it so extra comfortable for individuals to donate, and I really hope the citizens of Trinidad, I already make a promise to not wait for situations like this to donate, but to make it a customary thing, and people, if they can look into it, once you're healthy or individuals can be healthy, try and look at donating blood to Trinidad and Tobago Blood Bank. They need it, we need it. You never know when it will be beneficial to not only yourself, but your family. Yeah?
Yeah.
And that's my issue. Good morning, guys, again. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. Take care.
And that's interesting, Bruce, because I know quite recently the Minister of Health was appealing to more persons to come forward and
give blood.
Yeah. So, that's interesting. I mean, if perhaps
that whole Trolley thing is...
the Minister. Yeah. Or some senior official in the Ministry of Health to explain to us if there's a process and why that is so. Because every time a family member need blood, there's always a stress most times to get people to go and donate. So if it is that the blood bank has an excess, they could take that pressure off of people. So, wow. Interesting.
Let's see who's out there. Caller, good morning.
Hey, Bruce, good morning.
Morning.
Dominic, good morning.
Morning, sir.
You know, there's a lot of public servants who will gladly take the 5% and then go through that set of stress that the union then want to put them through. Because when you look at it at the end of the day, a lot of people understand what is going on, because communicating the information to the public, I can't say that the government ain't doing a good job of it. They're doing their part. It's just that misinformation and people with their agendas in the media houses and them trying to skew that information. But a lot of people understand what it is going on. The union leaders and presidents and them do not already worry, because at the end of the day, you pay your dues, and when they get in their contracts from the same organization that they work in, you workers will get nothing out of that. But what workers had to do, because I was talking to a friend working in the RHE. He is not no fan of the PNM and Dr. Rowley. And he brought that attention that he prefer to get him money now. He don't want to waste that time and go on mad, because he said Friday go on there, he said he's not going to mad. Well, actually he did mad, because he was lying with me and we were discussing that. And that was the gender of the topic there, on the matches and the representation that they're getting from the union. It is below par, and a new generation of union leaders needs to come forward now. No longer must we go through that, because we passed them days long time with the butler. The butler struggle has changed in many, many, many ways. because we have an industrial court. We have laws that is pro-workers. So the times when Butler and them had was to struggle with those French Creoles and those Europeans and them who own the sugar factories and all the factories and all those things, and all the wealth was just going back to motherland, England and those places. It's no longer so. We are in control of our own business now because we are independent. So no longer we need those sort of draconian strategies by the unions. We need something better. You know, Ansel Roger and them fellas and them had rejected there was this thing that the government put up to raise funds that making one set of money now, and when that was offered to them first, the blanket, they didn't want it. But workers would have benefited on that, other than, you know, getting 8% and all that nonsense, you would have been benefiting more, and you would have had a saving, because when these workers and them get our money, they spend it out and blow it. And 5 years after that, they have a cent on nothing to show that, not all, but some of them. And a matter of fact, I could probably say the majority of them. So this is where the unions and them need to challenge it, but they focus their thing there. And before I go, you know, Ms. Kamala Prasad and them told us that Patrick Manning sold his car to a drug lord, and the latest one here was Faris and the Porsche, and sell it to this one and that. And they had the information there, because first thing as the opposition you do is to get the information and take it to the Integrity Commission. I sure the Integrity Commission would have given them the information, because Faris in the long run had was to put that into the public domain, where he filed that in the public, into the Integrity Commission and all those things. And you know, while that was happening, while the UNC was telling us all of that, you know, you had the same issue with Lee. Around the same time with Lee. No, to hear Kamala Prasad what she said? What she said, she defending Lee don't take things there. It shows that Ms. Kamala Prasad is really a hypocrite. And you cannot take nothing for word from this lady. Because anything she tells you as the opposition leader of Trinidad and Tobago, it always comes with an agenda. And that is where I have my problem with Kamala. Thank you.
Take another one. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Dominic and Bruce. This
morning.
is Richard. And what I neglected to say about the blood donation, and I hear Dominic questioning something. That dumping of blood is only towards the chipping system. Now, if they are donators, it's different. You know, like if you just go in to donate blood, that's a different thing. But what they were saying is if I have 10 people come to donate blood to me, and I only use 8 of those pints that was chipped to me, 2 pints will be dumped. You understand what I'm saying?
But why dump it?
That's what we were saying. Even the nurses found that the whole system is archaic. And my thing is, if you realize it's not the best practice for things like that, then why does it take so extremely long to change something like that, you know?
Yeah.
So if somebody goes to donate blood, or you have a blood bank, you know, some people, they donate over the years, and they build up their bank, so they will have 4 pints, or 6 pints, or whatever have you, that's different. But if it's an emergency and a copious amount of people come to donate and they don't use all for that person, you know, then they dump. You know, so I don't know. It's ridiculous. Here's Nigel.
Morning, Bruce. Morning, Dominic. Dominic is a Crater Lake boy. A Crater Lake is the problem. Forget that. Yes, sir.
Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Brother Bruce. How are you?
I did cool, Mr. Archer. How are you doing this morning?
Yeah, man. How are you going?
He good.
Yeah, brother, yeah.
No.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Everything all right, Dominic?
Yeah,
man. Yeah, man.
Right. Bruce, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Trinidad. Bruce, first thing I wanted to about this union movement. I want to make three things. The union doesn't understand long ago. They could have demonstrated and so on. You didn't have industrial court, you didn't have this. No, you have the court. So when you go and sit down, it's a set of lazy, wicked people They're using the workforce to do their dirty job. Because when you listen to Anisha, either something wrong with Anisha, something wrong. You have a personal thing either with the government or the Prime Minister or somebody. But Mr. Ruse lost his way. Showing off. You know, so often, Ruse was just showing off. I'm the union leader, and I could talk and do anything. They have to listen to me. That is not right. Then I'm missing a man. I'm missing a man, the NUGFW president. I'm missing him. I'm missing in action. Right? We come with the other fellow. Anil Robert. Anil Robert doesn't know his place at all. And you can't have a child in your house disrespecting people, telling people all kind of things. And you have them in your house and you are the father or the parent, not disciplining the child, that means you and the child are the same thing. And that's what happened with Anil Robert and the opposition leader. The opposition leader allow Anil to talk anything about people, disrespect people, and then she come and supporting it on things that the contribution with Anil Robert is so good. Last but not least, we have a situation in Tobago here with the hospital. Now, before when the past regime was there, anything in the hospital, they will talk about it, they will say all kind of things, they will do all kind of things. When you go in the medical section, air condition not working. Place hot like hell. Place hot like hell. You have to walk with your own fan. You have to do all kind of things. And nobody has said nothing in Tobago because they're afraid of losing their job, or the secretary or the chief secretary or whosoever, they threaten them with certain things. But Bruce and Dominic, Trinidad and Tobago, we have to be careful of our leaders. Our leaders, there is agendas within the union, and these people are up for some kind of foolishness because I cannot understand. They know the situation of the whole world or taking place in the world. And you have the industrial court. You're not sitting down to negotiate. Negotiate, that means me and you sit down and I say $10, you say $4. We sit down and we reason out the call with some mechanism. If I can't pay the 10, we'll give only 4 pieces of board or 3 pieces of nail or so on, and we'll sit down and try no negotiation. But not one of these union leaders not exposing how much is their salary, how much pay cut they decide to take, so that this thing will be better, that you will pay less for the union dues, where they want to move it every time the money go up. I remember I used to pay $15 for union dues. I used to pay $15 for union dues. Now some union dues are 100, some is how much. So brother, let me kneel and we have to kneel and pay for Trinidad and Tobago, especially in Trinidad with the state of murders in Trinidad and Tobago. Morning.
So guys, with that, we're going to go to the break and we'll be right back. So keep it locked. We'll be back.
I want to see you sing this on there, man.
Oh, good. Start now. Well.
If it's one thing I want, it's the government of the side of it. It's the government that look for the people first. It's the government that tell me we are one more fair. Yeah. I want to get one. I want to go crazy. I want to play a mask. I just want to pretty lady. Do what we have to do. But yeah, what I want to do. If I had one wish, so much of the best. No one way, man, much of the best. If I had one wish. You ready? You ready? Oh, tell them.
You know what mash up? Lo. You know what mash up? Tell me. I'm a jail chicken outside my house. Greedy. Let me mash up again one more time now. Well.
Hold on. All the people who really wish Carnival was the way it used to be, put your 2-1 in for me here right now. Me say you wake up in the morning and you just realize Carnival again. Hold on. All you have to sing it louder than that. I want all you close all your eyes. Just go into deep inspiration like it was back in 2009 when the Carnival used to be the best. Let's go. Me say you wake up in the morning and you just realize sing Carnival again. And you're looking for your flag and your cap and your flag band start man ready to jump. Me say you wake up in the morning and you just realize Carnival come back again. Everybody put up all your hand, put up all your flag. 1, 2, drop on it. Show me ya, where 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 ya.
Thank you.
I want to say thanks for giving me the opportunity to sing with you.
Is I get the opportunity to sing with you?
No, I get the opportunity to sing with you.
You like to call me first?
Because you locked the place.
Together we aspired, and together we have achieved.
We have achieved 6 decades of independence.
We must continue to embrace our watchwords:
discipline, production, and tolerance.
Our national flag belongs to all of us.
So let us move together, hand in hand,
to create a better
and safe Trinidad and Tobago. Happy 60th Independence to Trinidad and Tobago from the street 919 FM family.
Happy Independence, TNT.
In Trinidad and Tobago, there are so many things to talk about. Social issues, injustice, child abuse, domestic violence, political scandals, and much more. On HOTP, we will cover all that and much more. Don't forget, you can catch us every Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday nights from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Facebook and Instagram. Hot off the press. Hot topics, no filter.
Hi, Trinidad and Tobago. This is yours truly, Pastor Charles, streaming live from Port of Spain, Trinidad, Marvel Road, 91.9. Our services start from 12 midnight to 5 a.m. in the morning from the first, the second, and the last Wednesday of the month. We are going to have a TRME time in the presence of God. We will be praying, praise God, for our nation. We'll be praying for families. We'll be praying for those that are sick and those that are in need. Tune in to the best station, 91.9 FM Street Live, Port of Spain, Maribel.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108.
Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle Tuesday morning from 11:05 to 12 noon. Right here on the street 919 FM.
Good about I'm looking like a real bad.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from King's Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959, 281-4723, or email us at coralvisiontt@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Hey, that boat I look like it was wet.
Looking for a safe and relaxed professional massage therapist and nutritionist? Look no further. Nature's Touch with Empress Judy and Associates offers a natural approach to better health. Treat yourself to a professional massage therapy and nutrition advice in a safe and relaxed atmosphere. Rejuvenate your body, mind, and soul at Nature's Touch Therapy. For an appointment, please call or WhatsApp 1-868-398-8282 or visit our Facebook page. Remember, your health is our responsibility at Nature's Touch.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's Radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio.
Are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You every Friday evening from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He had showeth thee, O main, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. In the name of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. For further information, call 753-1133 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
So welcome back. Just a bit of quick information for you. A Reggae Rock Sundays featuring MC Duke and Selector Kachi presents to you Reggae and Rockers on board the Embassy yacht on September 24th. That's Republic Night. Boarding at 10 p.m., sailing 11 p.m. at the Hyatt Waterfront in Port of Spain. Get your reggae groove on with top DJs, Selector Kachi, TC and Heavy Duty, yours truly Bruce Wayne. Early bird tickets cost $150. After that, you pay $175. For tickets, you can call Selector Kachi at 777-7909 and MC Duke at 349-4121. Remember, it's Reggae Rockers Republic Night. No oversized coolers, no glass bottles. Don't miss it. Champions, let's get ready to party in fine style aboard the Sea Champion. And yacht lovers, let's get ready to party on the luxurious Embassy Yacht. For more information, you can call us on 399-5959, 280-7512, or 324-4171. Or you can email coralvision at coralvisiontt@gmail.com. Join Pastor Kelvin Harry Narayan and friends for the Way, the Truth, the Life radio program, Radio Ministry, a Church of Life ministry live on the street 909 FM every Sunday from 6:05 p.m. to 7 p.m. For further information, you can contact 686-3845 or 349-5178 or 342-7303. Tune in to the Street 909 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, the health store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Muhammad. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp us at 309-4697 or 620-9379. So guys, we're back. Dominic, anything before we open back up the lines?
Yeah. One of our listeners just sent me something and asked me to just touch on it. We've spoken on it before, and it's an appeal from the residents of Sunshine Circular number 2, Benny Road in Valencia, and they're calling on WASA for assistance. There's a leak in the road, and what appears to be an otherwise well-paved road. And the leak appears to the impact of the leak appears to be expanding. Again, we call this low-hanging fruit, Bruce. It's a simple fix. And I don't know if it is, WASA like to wait until the road pave and then they will come and dig it up to fix the problem. And the residents, again, of Sunshine Circular, number 2, Benny Road, Valencia, we are appealing to WASA. There's a leak there that's impacting the road. We already have so many issues with respect to the condition of the roads in the country, and these low-hanging fruit could assist, if you could fix it while it's still small, could assist in preventing a situation of burning tires and all of that. People should not have to resort to that type of activity just to get a simple thing done. So the leak is there, and water is wasting. Meanwhile, we have persons who have called the program earlier on, those who are crying on water. In other parts of the country, people are begging for water they can't get, just get them one tank, and you will have water wasting here at Sunshine Circular number 2, Benny Road in Valencia. So WASA, if there's any of our listeners who is affiliated with WASA and who can address the situation, again, we are appealing to you. Sunshine Circular number 2, Benny Road in Valencia, there is a leak, and they are asking for you all to please attend to it urgently before it becomes worse, and then the government had to get costs for the state of the roads and so on, right? So WASA, please, again, Sunshine Circular number 2, Benny Road, Valencia, they're appealing to you. Please come check it out and see how quickly you can address that. Water is wasting, and water is precious, and we have people around the country who need water, right? So let's not waste it. Fix the problem, please. Yeah?
Let's see who's out there. Caller, good morning.
Hey, Bruce, Dominic, morning again.
Morning.
Dominic, concerning Sunday, with the flyover that they're building in Forward there.
Yes.
I heard that, I saw actually, that in the paper, the media, they're advising the public that, I think it's the 28th or the 29th of this month, that they're going to close up the traffic on the highway to facilitate the beams to go across the highway to village. Okay. And to your friends and them, your colleagues on this nation, to the misinformation, that they don't make sense when they're talking. And maybe there should be a standard for talk show hosts, that they must do at least a little research into what they're talking about before they speak. Because the government would have saved $250 million of the crop interchange from the UNC. And one of the things I had heard around the time is that they will be using that to build the Martin interchange. So one person saying $500 million is costing to build that. And the next one jump on and say, $1 million, here's $1 million. Now, if you're lobbying for the UNC, are you making them that dotish statements when the truth is already out? You're really bringing on your party, eh? And then again, you also is doing an injustice to people listening because they're misinforming. And the role of the media, and Matt and them pride themselves on that, is to inform the public. And what they're doing, they're misinforming the public. So I think it's high time now that with Matt and them should get to think, okay, you're free to talk and free to, to push your party's agenda, but I mean, not so blatant, boy. I mean, that didn't make no kind of sense at all. $1 million to build up, or $500 million to build up, and then you just recently you get some crooked contractors and them to bring down the price and retender to build over the crop interchange, which is a more bigger project than what is being built down there. But I am so happy when that will be fixed there because Bruce boy, when I come on the Martin and to come down to Canas, you have to go either pass through 4 roads there on the Mount Coco and go down that road, or you go down to Mukrapo down there and turn by Peaks and come back up the road. It's real inconveniencing, boy. When long time we could have just, swing down right in Coquit and turn back. But Japan and they're not blocking off that. All right, later.
Paula, good morning.
Bruce, Dominic, morning. How are you doing, man?
Morning, they're cool, man.
Yeah, man. Morning to Sharon, to Chance and Chi. And I find them boy calling in him too often on this program. You know? And you know the whole life of the Salmon and everybody. Dominic, I hear you this morning, you're Bruce, and I understand your anger because the quality of politicians has deteriorated badly, especially under the UNC. It really, I mean, when you take the likes of Anil Roberts and what they debate about, it's nothing worthy and nothing in the interest of the people. And, that is put so because of culture. Because you see the similar thing in the U.S. where the Republican Party has deteriorated so badly with people like Getz and Marjorie Taylor Greene and being despicable and that type of thing. That's the quality of the politics in the UNC. And it's sad because who suffer are the people who remain a myopic bunch, hating Dr. Rowley and missing the whole question of policy introduction when that needs support. So they attack Dr. Rowley, they attack his wife, and they feel that once they do that, that is the quality of the politics and the conversation that is taking place on a Monday night, backed by a woman almost in her 70s or probably in her 70s, and they're comfortable with that. And hurrah and clapping to not knowing all of the things that are needed for supporting the parliament and so on is in their best interest. Because they're guaranteed 18 seats from a group of people who are totally myopic. And it's really sad. Because it's a downfall for others who out there, knowing fully well that what Dr. Rowley are suggesting in all the various areas about local government reform, property tax, and revenue authority, they don't know if billions of dollars will be attained by if they sit down in the parliament like a responsible group and agree to these things. And if you're so care about the poor, because one of the things about the poor in this country is they are obliterated and abused by the UNC. The UNC is not a problem. The UNC use the umbrella of the poor as a means to tell them to go kill poor people. And I keep telling the people who believe that poverty will be a problem if the introduction of policies, which is, very worthy and for development of the people, if you poor, you own a house, how are you paying property tax? That's the problem. That's the problem. And the other thing, Jenny outlined it this morning. Bruce and Dominic, as you're well aware, if I'm coming to negotiate on behalf of employees, the first thing I want to do, Jenny made it clear, the court will not look at what you feel millions of dollars spent before and this and that before. The court will deal with what is before them in the current state of affairs. Now, the union are more politicized, so they criticize Dr. Rowley, they do this and all that, and they don't even use parity. They don't compare where they say, all right, during the oil thing, you get this money and that money, and you put it on the table to negotiate. They come and they just mad and criticize Dr. Rowley and the government. And poor employees sitting there, knowing fully well that if you take 4%, Dominic, I would have said, listen, I'm taking the 4%, but give me 211 or 202 or something, and settle the thing and move on to the next stage. So to end, it's sad. I love this country, but the biggest problem in this country, I'm telling Trinidadians who don't sit down and listen, your biggest problem is not Dr. Rowley and the PNM. Your biggest problem is the UNC. The UNC is your problem. The UNC is being paid millions of dollars every month of salary and everything else. Sitting there at the likes of Anil Roberts, who is totally despicable, really despicable, and that's the quality of your politician, sitting there in the Senate, upper house, where the debate standard has dropped, and to sit down there and tell people no to everything, and all you're comfortable with that. I'll go ahead. I end in. The thing I know is that our country is overwhelmingly strong in the right-thinking citizens, so the PNM will always come through in about 2040. UNC stay all you are under that leader, who I keep telling all you, she don't get up before 1. Thanks very much, fellas. All the best.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Caller, good morning.
Morning. I want to find out what that man had in that coffin. I want to know. I want him to tell me what he had in that coffin that dragging all over this country. I want him to answer that for me, please, Mr. Gentleman. Could you please answer and tell me what you had in that coffin? I really would like to know. That's all I just have to say. I want to know what you had in that coffin. God knows what you had there. But this murder that's going on, my God, heaven help. Help. Lord Father God, help us. Help us. Oh my God.
We hear you, Gemma. You know, Bruce, when they had put up the sign in Oropuch, hide your children from Rowley. Right? That wasn't disrespectful. Hide your children from Rowley. But it's okay for your children to listen to Senator Anil Roberts on national TV talking about pum-pum politics. Yes. Them kind of thing, and who get position for giving up pum-pum and all kind of thing. Right? And that is acceptable language to come from a senator on national TV. But hide your children from Rowley. Right? This poor 17-year-old girl. Well, she wasn't, not something again, but as I say, she got a house for that wine when she turned 21. Now, we have no way of corroborating any of these things, right? But at the end of the day, he put that out there on national TV. So, of course, anybody, that's what the UNC going and run with, illiterati. That's what they're going and run with. Yeah, the girl, we get Rolly the wine. Yeah, and they'll say she get a house. He gets a house. Yeah. And the Prime Minister at 60-something years old, father, twins and stuff. Your counselor put out a post on Facebook denouncing that, Bruce. Right? Talking about the impact it has had on her family, because I think it's her cousin or somebody, so the children, the twin girls, it's her cousin's children. That it's unfortunate that she had to go on Facebook to denounce that and to further expose the family, to have to put up pictures to show the children, father and all of that, just to denounce the nastiness and the foolishness of the events with no regard for family, no regard whatsoever. But if we were to come out now and say a whole bunch of things about Kamala's son, Chris, and people say that he Down syndrome, he retarded, all kind of thing, they vex if you come to talk about that, don't talk about the woman family and so on. You tell us now, why does she always hide Chris? Is she ashamed of Chris? The only time we ever see Chris was when she was sworn in as Prime Minister. Never after that. You know, she don't really talk about him. So what? What's the secret? And if somebody in the PNM were to start a rumor about him, you know, you're vexed. But you all have no problem. It's nasty, man. I want to use is our word I want to use, Bruce. Email underwear to describe this man. But that's what he is. That's how he behaves. Right? I don't know, maybe Chandel, he probably wanted to wear Chandel underwear. I don't know. That's probably why he's a single father. Because he behaves like that. Yeah? Thongs, man. Seems like the type of man who would enjoy wearing thongs. Anyway, let's go ahead and continue to take your course, please.
Oh, good. Caller, good morning.
Blessed morning to you, Bruce. Dominic.
Morning.
Morning.
Follow on the live. You see, when they're trying to bring politics or what politics is about into rum shop talk and bacchanal, is not good. The opposition really doesn't have nothing to say good about the PNM, about this government. Everything is to degenerate, belittle, all the adjectives that would make people feel shame then, that is what they are about. But I would like to tell them something. You see, honesty, integrity, and dignity, when people have that, nothing to debate or belittle could bring that down. The truth will always stand firm. You see Mr. Anil Robert and Mr. Naked, who was on the platform last night, if you was ashamed with the opposition leader, you see the kind of talk they're talking, nothing about what is going on in Trinidad and Tobago concerning the economy. Management is what we are looking at right now. The management of our resources, not the mismanagement that we saw before. The 7 years that we have been under Dr. Rowley have been very hard. I could tell you that. I worked through some and I'm watching at some right now if it was ashamed. And it ain't no easy road. Roger and Izette and them don't know economics. Roger could not himself explain or make the statement $1,587,677 if he was ashamed. He mingle up everything and can't even make that. That's why they have no business head, because they have no mathematics skills. Mr. Roger, why Ole didn't buy that refinery from day one? No money. Ole have no business head. Ole have no money. Ole broken or broken 5 years. And the members who are suffering. Because greed is the motivating factor in society. And Ole love it. A number with 20 zeros. Ole jobs love the zeros going down the line. And in contentment, that is not in all your vocabulary, but that is in my vocabulary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caller, good morning.
Yeah, very pleasant. Good morning.
Morning.
Mr. Dominic.
Morning.
You hear me clearly?
Yeah.
Morning.
Yeah. What I was going to say, remember you're dealing with people, not all of them, who don't respect you and will never respect you. Because of the Honorable Dr. Rowley, the beloved Prime Minister, was to tell certain people that I still have a real name from Christmas. Nobody didn't have to make up my name and reach in the birth registration office. There was something well planned. The whole family agreed with it. But you make up your name on Nelson Island and then come and tell me your name Ramjan and Rajpal. You feel any name like that in India? No, again, people say, boy, you are not going to them. But I was just telling you, Dr. Rowley was to approach the politics of PNM and their supporters was to approach the politics as brainless and as brain dead as Anna Roberts, Dr. Munilal, and the Princess of Darkness. All right, let me take that one. And the opposition leader. What would have happened? We would have had an government of a country, right? And if you think things bad now, it would have been worse than worse. It would have been worse, right? When Patrick Manning was the Prime Minister, between 1995 to 2000, I saw something what I ain't see up to now again. Everybody had more than one job. It had so much as jobs, unemployment went down to nothing. Every single day, whole day in the supermarket, it used to line. It never had a time like that in Trinidad again. You understand? And I saw it up when he got through. He paid off our debt. We had a beautiful credit rating. Did you ever get money borrowed for anything? We had a 20 plan, which was well on the way. Free tertiary education for those of us who always had the ability, but never had the money. And people fight that. And you know what is dependent on? The Negro mentality. Because sad to say, it has plenty of us. We'll never be caught dead in a dashiki. We'll never be caught dead in an emancipation march. I mean, it's the emancipation too, but it is a start. I always criticize the emancipation committee too, but I just still be careful because they're doing something what most of us not doing. Well, in closing, had not this government paid off the big debt what Petrotrin was doing, for the sake of 5,000 workers, all we would have had to be living under the conditions of the IMF. And that is all answer Roger and a set of brain dead people who call in the third labor leaders don't want to understand. So they play along. I was just calling out to confirm certain things, and I'm telling all the again. This government has paid off all its debts, or are servicing its debts, international debts, beautifully. The IMF have no problem with that. International Development Bank, whosoever. We do it. It's an organized government we have right now. The pandemic proved it. What all you want? Let me tell you, property tax and fix our roads now, and develop and do system our local government. Instead of listening to people who could never even go near the House of Commons or the House of Congress, like Anil Roberts and his mistress, the opposition leader. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. And to the caller's point, Bruce, you know, well, he just mixed up the dates when Mr. Manning was in power, right? He said 95 to 2000, that was pan late. But Mr. Manning would have been in power from 2002 to 2010. And I recall around the 2006 period when they were constructing the waterfront and so on. While now the UNC want to complain about how much jobs lost under this administration. But they were complaining then, too many jobs, that the Manning administration overheating the economy and the overcrowding the private sector. Because now if you want a mason or a carpenter to do a private job at home, you can't get one because all of them working for the government. And the government building this and the building that, and you have to wait months to get blocks and cement because of overheating the economy. Too much was happening. Too much activity was taking place. Too many people were employed. So when jobs were flowing, they had a problem with it. Now when jobs dry up a bit, they have a problem with that too. When the government said, this administration said we're going to borrow $1 billion to pave roads, they had a problem with that. They increasing the debt to GDP ratio. They only taking on more and more debts that our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren will have to pay. But today all they're criping about the roads. Illiterati, right? Government said we're going to borrow $1 billion to fix the roads, so that you can have nice roads to drive on. Your political leader, earlier, was complaining about them borrowing the money to fix the road, but now all they're griping when they tell them we don't have the money to fix the road. If they take the money from the HSF fund, they're raiding the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. If they say we increase property tax, where you tax. Well, you want the government to get the money from. You want them to go and take it out from your bank account? And the thing that amazes me, Bruce, the government is telling you, we don't have the money for this. We're working on this is how much money we have and this is what we're doing with it. All I want to hear that. But some of you all who are parents, the next time, and I've said this before, the next time your children want something that you can't afford and you don't have the money for and you tell them you don't have it, they should curse you. The same way they curse the government. They should draw a placard and go and stand up in the road in front of your house and say, Daddy must go and Mommy must go, right? Because all you want to give them what it is they want, because the children don't want to listen to hear that you're saying you don't have the money for it and you can't afford it. Yeah, that's what they should do. Call you all kind of names. And every day, from the time they get up in the morning, have a breakfast, and go and protest and placard in the street. Burn tire in the yard. and complain because mommy and daddy don't want to give them the money that they're asking for. They don't want to buy the PS5 or whatever it is that they're asking for. That's what they should do. So y'all can understand the stupidness that y'all do when you don't want to listen to the government telling you we have limited funds. This is the money we have, and this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to ensure that every public servant at the end of the month get a pay on time. Because they put one day later, as Dr. Rowley say, the loudest voices you're hearing is the people who doing the least work. But all they want to hear that. No. Look. Go ahead, Bruce.
As you see, it have consequences for your actions, Dominic, you will see.
Yeah.
Remember, I say that. As it have consequences for your actions. Caller, good morning. Hello, good
Bruce
morning.
Wayne.
Morning.
Dominic Romain.
Yes, sir. Morning.
A pleasant, fantabulous, splendiferous, marvelous, tremendiferous, and splentastic morning to you guys. Hope you guys' day as bright, beautiful, and marvelous as you want it to be. Dominic Romain.
Yes, sir.
And Bruce Wayne, there's a new virus going around Trinidad and Tobago, and it's up here on this radio station quite often with some of the callers. Dominic and Bruce Wayne, you guys know what's ADD, right? Attention Deficit Disorder. It appears that we have a new virus now, AHD, Attention Hypocritical Disorder. Let me say this. Firstly, Dominic and Bruce, did you guys see the 9-minute public service announcement for the 60th Jubilee celebration on Rowley?
Yes,
they
I saw
take 7.5 million and do a public service announcement for the 60th Jubilee celebration on Rowley. Can you imagine that? I mean, when I saw it, I could not believe it. Right? Secondly, Dominic, I haven't heard, listen carefully, I haven't heard those same callers in HD criticizing what happened in Tobago with them Chinese workers taking black people thing and putting it on the sidewalk. We can't go to China and China bringing Trinidad and Tobagonians and let them go into Chinese people apartment or houses and take this stuff and put it in black garbage bag on the sidelines, on the sidewalk. I mean, it is just unbelievable that we would allow that to happen in this country and we are silent. And Sugarlos have a song, not one word. I hear one word from them people and them in AHD. But Dominic and Bruce, you know they're going to renovate the apartments up in Chumakak. You know, Dominic and Bruce Wayne?
Oh, well, yes.
So, I taken full 100% credit. Finally, after years of fighting my party, yes, I'm a PNM. People could say what they want. None of them could prove that I've ever supported another party in my history in Trinidad and Tobago. So, Dominic, I want to say thank you to Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley for finally seeing light at the end of the tunnel, and he decided to get HDC to go and renovate the building. But I'm going to close with this, Dominic. I hope they don't wait till the 20th, just before the 2025 election, to go up there and try to fool them people and tell them that the building is going to be done just before the next general election. I hope so, you know, Dominic. And I'm waiting patiently. But Dominic and Bruce Wayne, as I say to the people of Chumakak, Laventil, in the words of Frederick Douglass, power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will. By the way, Dominic, last year, when you look at that video, you will see how them fellas and them saying that Rowley is a people's person. And let me put a new word into 91.9. They are very phantasmic. When you look it up, they are very phantasmic in their utterances. Have a beautiful day, fellas. Bye-bye.
What's the time now, Bruce?
It's almost 20 minutes to the hour of 9 o'clock.
Let me say this. Guy says that, he's a supporter of the PNM and he's never supported any party. I'll tell you, that kind of support the PNM doesn't need. Certainly doesn't need that type of support. That when you could call a program and you go, and people need to understand this. The PNM is not Keith Rugby. The PNM is not the government. The PNM is a party. It's an institution. All right. And therefore, when you call the PNM names, or when you talk about AHD and all of that, and go along, get along, and all of that, you need to understand that the PNM is an institution. Okay, that type of support, we don't need that the PNM wicked and vindictive and all of that. Really, that's how you should support. So it's like your friend Bruce having going through a rough time, depression and whatnot, and here's the support. You call them up, but you waste our time. Why you don't go and kill yourself and call that judge? That's the kind of support that I would like to what we get from that gentleman, right? Rather than you, constructive criticism is good. And he says he's taking credit for the government and the Chumakak buildings. And this is coming, of course, from the ad that we showed where the HGC would have denounced the post that he put up as fake news, and then went on to show the evolution of the efforts with respect to those buildings. So apparently everything that is in place there now only happened because he spoke about it. So but yet still, well, let's see, probably wait another 7 years to get the building downtown. Kind of movement there. I didn't see you get that one yet. So I don't know. But you saw the program he's talking about, Bruce? Where they have a few persons talking about Dr. Rowley. So they have a number of persons in this video, including Ashton Ford. I saw Dr. Marlene Atz, right? Dr. Marlene Atz, who is a well-respected economist and one who most people, media houses, turn to for comment with respect to the state of the economy and so on. And she would have made some very interesting remarks in that production, where she spoke about the challenges that the government faced, what they met when they came in, and commended the government for the way that they've handled the situation, which she spoke about Petrotrain and COVID and all of these different things, right? So, so Dr. Rowley would have come in for a lot of praises. But you see, I have no issue with these persons and what they would have said, because a lot of people in this country they only know one side of Dr. Rowley, right? And if they've not had the opportunity to what's the word I'm looking for? To mingle with Dr. Rowley on a social level, Bruce. And you would see it's a totally different person.
Yep.
Right? Totally different person. Dr. Rowley would come and even this hypocrite on Synergy TV, who always have nothing good to say about the government, Stephen Rees. A couple of years ago, when the government they held an appreciation event for media personality at the government campus, and he was there, right? And you're bashing the government and bashing Dr. Rowley. You come up in the people thing, and you stand up there talking to Dr. Rowley and laughing and sipping on whatever it is you had, enjoying the fare that was offered there, right? And in those settings, you see Dr. Rowley is a totally different person. He's very approachable. You go to him, you think, because I won a hamper, and I'm there with my big hamper in my hand, Bruce. We are looking for a place to put it down, and he saw me from across the room, and he came across and shake my hand and stuff and whatnot. And we had a brief conversation, and Dr. Rowley was very nice. Very nice, but of course the job that the man has demands a certain persona.
That's right.
That is he's not a walkover, right? And that is the side that most people see. And he's a bulldog and he's a pit bull and you're a Rottweiler, and this kind of nonsense. But if you've not had opportunity, right, to speak to the man personally one-on-one like that, it is unfair to simply make an assumption based on just what you see in the public domain. So that if these persons have had opportunity and occasion to deal with Dr. Rowley on a different level, they can speak to that side of him, that he is a people's person. But if it is but he's a no-nonsense man, that when it comes to doing his job, he does not tolerate nonsense. And what you see is what you get. If that is how he is, and that is how he puts it across. So, I mean, we'll say about the leader of the opposition, right? The nasty things that comes out of her mouth. But you want to put up a video to say Dr. Rowley said this and Dr. Rowley said that. She has said infinitely worse. But you wouldn't talk about that. She's allowing and encouraging Daniel Roberts to say the nasty things that he's been saying over recent times. And last night here, after he spoke, when she got up and praised him for such a powerful performance, he is now emboldened even further to continue doing what he's doing. So, I mean, come on. Go ahead, Bruce.
Caller, good morning.
Pleasant good morning to you, Bruce.
Hey, morning.
Pleasant good morning to you, Dominic.
Morning, Brian.
Well, I have to regurgitate some of the things that went by about an hour and a half ago because I saw long trying to get in. First of all, Mr. Lee, MP Lee, is working for about $17,000 a month. People talking about the opposition leader talking about, they have attorneys to see about that and so on. Okay. I was working for twice the amount of money he's getting right now. And I couldn't afford to buy the kind of vehicle I really wanted to buy, which was a BMW. You understand? But he working for $17,000, and he could afford to buy a Mercedes-Benz and import it on his own for over $2 million. Whether or not he got the normal MP discounts and so on, tax exemptions and so on or whatever, but he would have still come up to over $1 million. And I want people to understand and ask the question, where he get that money from? There's another one who had two vehicles with the same chassis number. Don't forget that. Up to now, what happened to that case? You see, there are a lot of cases and issues with them that have gone under the carpet that we can't remember, we can't recall some of us. And we have to ask the questions and remind people, Dominic, about these things. What about the issue with the doctor who make all of the derogatory statements and racist statements and have Martin George as his defense lawyer? What happened to that case? That case finished yet? What about the MP and as you said, I think it was Sunday, the $135,000? And what about the housewife with the $3 million in her account? What about those things? Have those things been answered as yet? And these are some of, you see, these things take so long that we forget. We forget. You understand? There's nothing else. There's no corruption to talk about with the PNM. So what they do, they attack you. If they don't attack your anatomy, they attack your family. And they spew all of these things about people's wives and so on. I have to listen to Brambali talking about what the government, the crime going out of the door, and what the government doing about crime. But them is supporting nothing as it pertains to crime in the parliament. That is why I have said it repeatedly that all those shootings and those killings will hang around the necks of those opposition personnel in our parliament, as well as part of the upper house, what do you call them, the independents, like Timal, like Paul Richards, like Sipasad and the other two. You understand? So somebody has to bear the brunt of that. So don't say that the government is doing nothing about it. It's y'all who are stymieing it. And these are some of the issues we have to talk about. Do you understand? So Pushwati could come and say all what she wants to say. But this government is doing very, very well. Look, we have an agreement now to give oil to Portugal. Look, BPTT is building a pipeline from the offshore facility to the Alta Galeota for $125 million US. Nobody is talking about that. Look at some of the things being done in this country. Touchstone. Heritage making money. Nobody ain't talking about these things. Why doesn't Rosie and they buy the refinery? They can't. because they know they will have to import 120 barrels of foreign oil every single day. And they can't afford it. Because they think it's easy for the government to do it and put out the money, because the government have plenty money. And this is the foolery that they're trying to fool people with. People must ask them, but why don't you all buy the refinery, saying that the content issue may have fallen through the cracks? Why don't you all now put in an RFP for the refinery? Is anybody asking Roger and them that? Or is it just about, we want money, we want money, we want more than 4%? Really? And these are some of the questions we have to ask people like Roger, and ask the UNC certain questions that they cannot answer. And that is my issue with these things. We could talk all we want, you know, but if the media, who in front of them, don't ask them these questions, the same way Rambali was talking that Sunday morning, why didn't the media ask them, why didn't you all support the legislation for the what do you call it, that's my Dominic, the amendment to the bail amendment? How come? Why did they ask them that? But they don't ask these questions, people. They just leave them there to rant and rave and carry on. And at the end of the day, it makes news. And they're making news now for the last 2 days. Up to this morning, it's making news on another frequency. But nobody's asking the relevant questions as to why Ole support the legislation. And that is the problem I have. And people, we as a people have to ask the question. Otherwise, at the end of the day, we could end up just being stupid and listening to all sorts of stupidness from all up in New York. But credit for the government fixing this and fixing that, and they must take credit for it and credit for that. And they ain't gained 5 cents, not even 5 US cents. Total waste of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Guys, we have probably about a minute again before it's time for us to get out of here. Could probably take another call. Caller, good morning. Morning, morning.
I want to talk about Mr. Wall Street because I didn't hear him for a very long time because of that I looked too late. Mr. Wall Street, let me tell you something. Dr. Allen not fixing the buildings and them because of you that they have up in Chimakakana. Dr. Rowley doing what he has to do. It was just a matter of timing. Because you know very well that the people in Chimakaka are the ones that vandalize these buildings and whatever. They had to put certain things in place before they could have done it. But whether it is you or not, I know Dr. Rowley is doing it on behalf of his government, not because of you on the street. He's talking rubbish. And you see the Chinese you're talking about in Tobago, let me tell you something. A contract was given to the Chinese to do the airport. The people were paid, they were given eviction notices, and they refused because they have the people, like the chief secretary Chopin and the leader of the party, the PDP, who is all over in Trinidad making bacchanal and not looking after Tobago. To tell them that the government not give them enough money and this and that, and they're putting them to live, they don't want to live there, and all these sorts of things. So the Chinese have the right when they reach where they have to live, that they have to do what they have to do because a court order was given, an eviction court order was given. You understand? And by the 26th of August, these people are going to get the judgment. That is why they did not get any injunction against them. In the last thing there. This party and they could go where they want. You understand? This is a contract was given, and I say the people were paid, even people before, as a matter of fact, it is said that some of them parents and whatever who might have been still there were already paid. They have documents to prove that. And it's just foolishness why the people are moving. But these are the same people that want development in Tobago. These are the same people that want more sites to come to Tobago. If you have an international airport, you don't think a bigger airport like Hamilton, you also don't know that the Air Caribbean might be able to buy better planes or bigger planes. So when they pull in, instead of pulling 50 or 55 people in one plane, they could pull 100 and something. So you'll get a big flight in the morning, one midday, one day, or whatever. Because you can't walk in the airport and get a plane every minute as you want. It's not a taxi. So come on, Wall Street. I tell you, go by that big bullet coming Wall Street and take out a picture and send it back home and let us see how foolish you are with your spin. This Russian, this Russian, whatever you have, your own dictionary. Come on.
And with that, guys, that's all the time we have for today. Any closing remarks, Dominic?
Oh, no. I'm good for now. Yeah, just enjoy the rest of your day and make the best of it and try to avoid be literati.
Yeah. So, guys, we out here, as we say, Dominic. Ciao. Talk to you guys later. We out.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, The Health Store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp at 309-4697 or 620-9379.
In Trinidad and Tobago, there are so many things to talk about. Social issues, injustice, child abuse, domestic violence, political scandals, and much more. On HOTP, we will cover all that and much more. Don't forget, you can catch us every Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday nights from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Facebook and Instagram. Hot off the press. Hot topics, no filter.
Together we aspired, and together we have achieved.
We have achieved 6 decades of independence.
We must continue to embrace our watchwords:
discipline,
production, and tolerance.
Our national flag belongs to all of us.
So let us move together, hand in hand, to create a better
and safe
Trinidad and Tobago.
Happy 60th Independence to Trinidad and Tobago from the Street 919 FM family.
Happy Independence, TNT!
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You every Friday evening from 9 a.m. p.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He had showeth thee, O main, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. In the name of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. For further information, call 753-1133 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com. We now take you to our live broadcast with Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly.
Recording in progress.
When darkness veils his lovely face, I rest on his unchanging grace. In every high and stormy gale, my anchor holds within the
right, well, it is your Tuesday morning, ladies and gentlemen, and it's Law and You with TTPS, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, where we simulcast with the street and the sky, plus our own radio station, www.churchofthefirstbornassembly.org, via the internet. So just as before we get into the mix of things with Inspector Calendar, and God's morning to you all, wherever you are on God's earth, breathing God's air, taking up God's space, welcome to today's edition of the Old Time Gospel Hour. All right, so let's take some quick calls. Let's take some very quick calls. All I want you to make that declaration this morning is, on Christ the solid rock I stand. On Christ the solid rock I stand. The quicker you call is the faster we can take some quick calls. Otherwise, that's it. On Christ the solid rock I stand. Caller, you on the air. God's morning, welcome.
Good morning, Pastor and Sister Johnson. On Christ the solid rock I stand.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, bye-bye. Yeah. All right, because the rest of you all are sticking. Caller, you on the air. God's morning. Very quick.
Pastor, good morning. On Christ the solid rock I stand.
Thank you very much, Mom. Thank you. Yeah. Next caller, you on the air. God's morning. Welcome.
God's morning, Pastor and Sister Agnes.
Yes.
On Christ, the solid rock I stand.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Most welcome.
Thank you. Right. So, what we're going to do today, we're going to go with the officer. We're going to give us a little bio of himself and the TTPS and what he'll be talking about. And thank you very much for your calls. And somewhere at the midpoint there, I'm going to share with you where this past week the blue, those in blue, I think that's how it is pronounced, in the United States, they are seeking out the church. They are seeking out the church for the church to partnership with them in the area of crime. And that is so fitting. When I saw that, I said I must share it because, I mean, that is exactly what the commissioner is doing here in Trinidad and Tobago. So, caller, please go ahead quick.
On Christ, the solid rock I stand.
Thank you very much, Diego Martin. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So, without any further ado, let me see. Caller?
On Christ the solid rock I stand.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. Thank you, sir. All right. So, please, no more calls at this time. At this time, we welcome Officer Calendar, Inspector Calendar, Kurt Calendar of the TTPS, Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. So, sir, God's morning and welcome to you. Got to unmute. Let's go. Yeah. Not hearing you though. Not hearing you, Officer Calendar.
I rest on his unchanging grace in every heart.
I'm seeing you on mute, but I don't know what's happening with you. So probably what you need to do is to go out and come back in. That's the only thing I can say. You're using different. I'm seeing you using three different what do you call it? Gadget. So what you need to do is to go out and come back in, and let's see if we could correct that, please. Thank you.
His covenant, his blood, support me in the whelming flood.
Hello? Yes, I'm hearing you now. I'm looking to see where...
Right.
Yes, please go ahead, sir. Welcome. How are you today?
Yes, God's morning to you, Pastor Johnson, and God's morning to all of Trinidad and Tobago.
all of those who are listening in and to the persons around the world.
You ever made a morning yet? So you're quite right. It's God's morning. Please go ahead. I just wanted to get that smile on your face there.
Are you hearing clearly or seeing me clearly?
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful. Just not clearly, but wonderfully clearly. Yes. Please go ahead.
Right. So you are correct. My name is Kurt Callender. I am an acting inspector of police, and I'm presently attached to the community-oriented policing section based at Riverside Plaza in Port of Spain. A little bio about myself. I joined the organization on the 11th of August in 1997. So I recently celebrated 25 years in the TTPS, and I am also the holder of a bachelor's in criminology and public safety from the University of Trinidad and Tobago. So a number of the areas that I would have studied are gender and crime, children and crime, and several other areas. So it is pretty much in line and in keeping with the two topics that I would like to discuss today, which is child pornography and sexting. And these areas are in keeping with the Trinidad and Tobago Police Services strategic pillar or plan for 2022 to 2024 that speaks to community partnership as well as public safety. And I just want to also mention that children are amongst the most susceptible and vulnerable in our society. And we are mandated, not just as law enforcement officers, but all of Trinidad and Tobago. We do have a responsibility to ensure that our children are safe. And child pornography and sexting are two of the areas where children are being exploited in this country and around the world. So we have taken a proactive approach as the TTPS to reach into all areas of Trinidad and Tobago to spread that message and really to highlight and sensitize parents and children themselves on what those two areas are about, the dangers of it, the implications of it, and some of the ways in which you can prevent your child from being a victim of child pornography as well as sexting.
All right, so very good. So what is sexting? And you're a born again believer, so give us a little, magnify the Lord a little bit, man. This is what this ministry is all about.
Oh yes, absolutely. I have been saved since 2008. I do belong to the Congress WBN. I believe you may be familiar with Dr. Noel Woodruff.
Yes.
Right. So I am a member of the Congress WBN, and of course, you may be quite familiar that it was born right here in Trinidad and Tobago, and now we are in over 100 countries. So I really take this opportunity to serve the Lord through my work as a police officer, to empower people, to minister to people, and really even to bring people to Christ through me interacting with them as a police officer.
Very good. All right. So, what your experience have been like serving the Lord Jesus Christ?
Oh boy. My only regret is that I did not do it before.
Yeah, like me at the age of 7.
Yeah, that I didn't do it before. And I thought I knew what it was like to be a man, because my father died when I was 13 years old. He was a very good father to me. I grew up in Tobago, of course, the sister isle of Tobago, the last of 7 children. And when my father died at the age of 13, my mother was pretty much mother and father to me. She did a tremendous job, might I dare say. So when I joined the organization at the age of 21, going on 22, I lived a bachelor's life, and I thought I knew what it was like to become a man. I got my first my son at the age of 24. But it's only after I started serving the Lord, when I got saved, that I really knew and understood what it really means to be a man, a father. And I recently got married. My wife is actually on the program. So the other calendar that you are seeing, that is my wife.
All right. God's morning to her. Please go ahead.
The other calendar that you're seeing, and we recently celebrated 10 wonderful years of marriage. And of course, there are no perfect marriages. We all would have had our ups and downs.
This is for you all. This is for you all.
Hello?
All right. Yes, please. Please go ahead.
Right, so we all would have had our ups and downs, but I mean, we are still there, happily married after 10 years, 10 plus years. And serving the Lord has been, the Lord has been nothing but wonderful to me. I mean, even sometimes when I don't even think, or even when we don't even think that we deserve it, He continues to show us with his blessings, His praise, His grace, His wisdom. I mean, the last 2.5 years has been very difficult for me because of the COVID, of course, both professionally and personally. We would have lost a lot of officers. A lot of officers would have died. And one of my functions, or our functions in the community-oriented policing section, we have responsibility for all military funerals. So that send-off could be very traumatic. It can drain you mentally. It takes its toll on you, knowing that was someone that you would have served with, somebody that you would have worked with, somebody who you may have trained with, built a relationship. So the last two, and in addition to that, you still have to be strong for your other officers who are working, your junior officers, and even junior and the senior officers. But I am really thankful for the community that I am in, and the leaders in my church, that I serve, I'm really thankful for my leaders as well. So the support is there. I mean, it doesn't mean that the stress and the pressure and the cares of life is going to stop. It simply means that the Lord's grace is sufficient for you.
Yes.
And He would have surrounded you for what I would like to call divine connection. Surrounded you about sometimes even total strangers in your way to assist you. So the Lord has been nothing but good to me. I mean, I have my wife to thank as well. She deserves a medal for putting up with me, the last 10 years. But, for better or worse, till death do us part, she definitely has been a tremendous inspiration and assistance and blessing to me.
And that is very commendable. And when you're dealing with especially community, what is happening in the community these days, officer, where people are hardly getting married, it's a tragedy of what is happening, but I've been married for 45 years now, out of 67 years, wow. I've been serving the Lord for 60 years now, at the age of 7 years. So 60 out of the 67 years have been all for the Lord, and I truly thank Him for it. So, as you said, this morning we are talking about you. Well, you are talking about what is sexing, and as far as the children is concerned, and also adoption, and not adoption, kidnapping, or
so child pornography and sexting.
Right. So please go ahead here.
Right. So if I may just beg your indulgence, I will just take off the camera for a short while so that it would not interfere with the bandwidth.
Yes. Thank you.
Right, so according to the Children's Act 2012, the Children's Act 12 of 2012, it defines child pornography as any photograph, film, video, or other visual representation, whether or not made by electronic, mechanical, artistic, or other methods, that shows for a sexual purpose a child engaging in explicit sexual activity or conduct, a child in a sexual explicit pose, parts of a child's body pasted to visual representations of parts of an adult body, or vice versa, or parts of a child body which have been rendered complete by computer-generated images or by other methods of visual representation. but does not include any visual representation produced or reproduced for the purpose of education, counseling, the promotion of reproductive health, or as part of a criminal investigation and the prosecution, or civil proceedings, or in the lawful performance of a person's professional duties and functions. It also goes on to say, in subject to subsection 5, a person who knowingly makes or permits to be made any child pornography or copy thereof, publishes, distributes, transmits, or shows any child pornography, or publishes or causes to be published any advertisement likely to be understood as conveying that the advertiser distributes or shows any child pornography, or obtains access to information and communication technologies to child pornography, or has in his possession or control any child pornography, or purchases, exchanges, or otherwise receive any child pornography, commits an offense and is liable on conviction on indictment to a fine of $30,000 and to imprisonment for 10 years. I just want to add a little further that for the purpose of subsection 1, a person knowingly distributes child pornography if he knowingly offers or transmit by any means, and that includes post, courier, electronic means, or facsimile, child pornography to another person. And the law also tells you where a person is charged with an offense under subsection 1, it is a defense for him to prove that he had not himself seen the child pornography, or did not know, or did not have any cause to suspect it to be child pornography. But what the law is saying is a person who is found in possession of child pornography is deemed to have known he was in possession of child pornography unless the contrary is proved. Now, in this case, the burden of proof being on the accused. So you, the person who is found in possession of the child pornography material, you have to prove to the court that you did not know you were in possession of child pornography. I know, Pastor and viewers or our listeners out there, that was quite a lot to take in. So I would pause there for now, save and accept you want me to continue with what the parents can do as it relates to ensuring your child does not become a victim of child pornography. Pastor?
Right. Yes, thank you, sir. We're going to go there, but just before we go there, I want to encourage you all, and especially the law-abiding citizens in this country, and who doesn't see the TTPS as important or what they are doing in reaching out to the church and different section of the society. As crime surges in U.S. cities, strained police forces are they turn to house of worship for help. Listen to this. It's just probably about a minute or something like that, but listen to it. Very profound.
Major American cities face a perfect storm. Violent crime is growing and law enforcement agencies are struggling to keep officers on the job. In an unprecedented move, police departments are bringing faith to the front lines, working to build stronger and safer communities. CBN's Brody Carter brings us this story.
786. In Gresham, Oregon, Sergeant Travis Garrison says a crime spike is forcing his department to choose which calls and crimes they can send officers.
We're only able to investigate murders. We'll routinely respond to shootings, but if the person is going to survive, we are not going to follow up on that.
Triaging or prioritizing first responders is becoming commonplace. In Philadelphia, police disbanded its abandoned car unit, while in Los Angeles, police cut their homeless outreach and animal cruelty teams.
This is going to take years for us to recover from, and my hope is that the people that I work with, that they stick it out.
As a growing number of police walk away from the job, violent crime still surges in several major U.S. cities. As a potential solution, departments are now turning to houses of worship. They're hoping faith will help reduce this trend.
That there is a power greater than ourselves that is in control.
Tuesday, more than 25 law enforcement groups joined prominent faith leaders on Capitol Hill, inviting communities to participate in the National Faith in Blue Weekend. Dr. Reverend Markle Hutchins, head of Movement Forward, started this event about 5 years ago in Atlanta. He knows firsthand that one weekend can spark change.
With crime and violence escalating, with our communities under siege and under attack, our best march at this moment is not against law enforcement, but it's with law enforcement. And that's what faith-based communities are positioned to do.
In early October, Faith in Blue will seek to reinvigorate police-community relations through town halls, peace walks, picnics, and other activities nationwide.
That's what this is all about. It's all about activating local communities to raise the voices of the silent majority.
Chief Patrick Ogden sees these partnerships as key to building stronger and safer communities.
Policing is much greater than law enforcement. The enforcement piece is just a piece of what we do, and we can't arrest our way out of this problem. So we really need to collaborate with leaders in the communities to try to do educational programming, outreach, try to build that trust so people report crimes in a timely fashion so that we don't just have crime going on and on and on.
Brody Carter, CBN News.
We cannot arrest our way out of this situation, officer, said the chief. It's all yours, sir. Just bringing to understanding the importance of community-based ministries like ours, who is partnershiping or in partnership with the police service of Trinidad and Tobago, helping the community to better understand the importance of, if you see something, say something, get involved. Just don't sit idly by and allow your community to be ravaged or be destroyed. There are things we can do as believers and TTPS. It's all yours, officer, please.
Yep, you are so right, Pastor Johnson. One of the dangers, or some of the dangers of child pornography is because a child, the material a child comes across can traumatize the child's tender and fragile brain. This was, of course, pointed out by Dr. Jill C. Manning, who is a frequent presenter on the impact of pornography on marriage and family life. But experts have also said that the brain stem, which houses the pleasure centers of the brain, develops first, and only later do the reasoning and decision-making abilities in the frontal cortex fully develops. So for this reason, external filters and monitoring are crucial for young people. So even with the seemingly pervasiveness of pornography, parents have the power and the legal responsibility to protect their children and prepare them to face and reject pornography. So it is not a hopeless case. It is not a hopeless case at all. So we want to encourage the parents, the caregivers, personal responsibility for the children to take charge of their sphere, when they are controlling children. And they need to start out of the fences and pay attention to their children online and offline activities. Right? As parents, caregivers, and personal responsibilities for children, we must safeguard our children until they can safeguard themselves. So some of the things that you can do, or that we can do, is to use filters at the computer, router, and internet service provider levels. Enable parental and content controls through cable providers and online media services. Set up content restriction settings on mobile devices. Keep computers and tablets in common areas. Children, contrary to popular belief, must be made to turn in their phones and mobile devices at night before going to bed. Establish open lines of communication between you and your child. This is a very good place to start. And you must be the first person that your child must want to come to speak openly and freely. And we need to teach children what to do if they encounter pornography. Tell them to close their eyes and shut down the device, and immediately inform you, an adult. Assure them that they did nothing wrong and that they are not in any trouble. Report these matters to the police immediately, because in accordance with the laws of Trinidad and Tobago, the Children's Act, Section 46(1), Section 40, 41, and 42, child pornography is an offense, right? As parents, we need to listen and believe our child if he or she says something that sounds like it could be sexual abuse. Pay attention to them. Many children are starving for attention, which is one of the reasons why they respond to a molester or pornographer's attention and may even cover them up. We need to be more observant, note unusual changes in our children's behavior. A child becoming overly withdrawn or acting very secretive, going everywhere in the home with their device and locking, same, we need to be observant of that. Check out the new adult friends of the child. Let adults, including babysitters, know that the child tells you everything that goes on between them and adults. Because one of the tragedies of child sexual abuse is that the children are usually coerced into it by someone they trust. So parents should monitor what their kids are doing at all times, even in normal activities. And we have to try to stay away from the blaming and victim shaming. They should not be victim blame or shame. If they tell you that they are being sexually exploited on or offline, this may cause the child to not reveal now what actually happened and cause the act to continue and the offender to be empowered. But more importantly, we need to establish a home atmosphere and create a safe place where children feel free to talk about such things if they occur. So I would stick a pin there now, Pastor, as it relates to the child pornography before moving on to sexting.
All right. Thank you very much. Three things I note there. One, turn in the devices. Parents, make sure that the children turn in the devices at a reasonable time in the evening, right?
Yeah.
Two, befriend your children. So the children will be comfortable to come and say, Mommy or Daddy, this is what is happening. And three, pornography, the definition. Pornography representation of sexual behavior in book, pictures, statues, films, and other material media. So a lot of area to cover with pornography. And you know, pornography forms a chemical reaction on the brain.
Yes.
So it is very dangerous. And whether for a man, a woman, children, it's dangerous. And it should be avoided at all costs, you know. I can tell you, officer, that a few months ago, all of a sudden, my email started getting pornography on it. And no matter how I try every single thing. I ask people, whatever. I prayed about it. Every time I go to my email, I have to delete and delete and delete and delete. And the more you delete is the more it comes. And then eventually, keep praying and all the rest of it. And eventually I was able to go onto Google and something I believe I touched, and where they said what to do, and I was able to go and do that. And since then, praise the Lord, this thing. I mean, it is torture to people who do not want to be involved in it. And that is the purpose why they do it. Keep sending it to you to terrorize you. You either get involved or you become frustrated, please.
You are want to mention that in 2016, it has been proven that Trinidad and Tobago per capita, as it relates to pornography, was #1 in the world.
Wow. You need to say that again, please.
In 2016, a research was done, and per capita, Trinidad and Tobago was #1 in the world when it comes to researching porn sites, online porn sites. #1 per capita in the world. Trinidad and Tobago.
Making first for all the wrong reasons, please.
That is right.
Wow.
So, I don't know if you have anything to say before I move on to the sexting.
Yeah, we can do that, and then after we're going to pay some bills and then give people an opportunity to call in and ask their questions.
All right, great. So, what is sexting? Now, what happens in an effort to connect with peers, some youths begin to send sexually explicit text messages to their friends. They may also send photos that include full or sometimes partial nudity. This is called sexting. Some teens don't even see it as a big deal, but the consequences of teen sexting could be very damaging, or it could be very significant. So what happens is sexting often occurs when a boy or a girl asks someone else to send them nude or semi-nude photos. Many girls who have sent such pictures say they did so because a boy pressured them. But other times they volunteer and they send it. Or even ask a guy to send indecent snaps. And the feeling of being wanted or the excitement of exploring sexual curiosities can be very enticing for some teens. In this situation, we advise direct help from parents given the consequences of sexting. It is damaging for both boys and girls. And girls who should be treated with honor and respect are instead viewed as objects whose purpose is to provide some sort of a gratification. They often begin to see themselves in that light. And guys quickly learn lessons about male-female relationships that are unrealistic. This leads to pornography addiction and relationship failures. But beyond that, and this is where it gets trickier at Trinidad and Tobago and the world who is listening, transmitting naked pictures of a minor, and for those of you who don't know who a minor is, a child in Trinidad and Tobago and in most states is anybody who is under the age of 18 years. So many adolescent minors have faced charges for transmitting nude pictures of themselves. Additionally, some teen boys can face child pornography charges. So one of the consequences of sexting is the potential of ending up on a sex offenders registries for sharing pictures of girlfriends. But sadly, many teens are victims at the hands of their own boyfriends and girlfriends. And what happens is that there is this promise that that he may keep the nude, or he or she may keep the nude pictures confidential. But however, after a breakup, that is no guarantee. So here's something, you would have heard about something they call revenge porn. So they now seek revenge by posting these photos online. And after posting a photo, there's no controlling who else might see it. Cyberbullying now can ensue. See how one thing leads to another. The result, of course, is violation of privacy, ruined reputation, and repercussions for parents can be devastating. The humiliation can be so overwhelming that some boys and girls ponder suicide. And I also want to go on record to say that Trinidad and Tobago is third in the Caribbean when it comes to suicide, behind Guyana and Suriname. Right? So we need to be proactive against the consequences of teen sexting. So help for parents is essential, beginning with them monitoring their kids' technology use, as I mentioned earlier. Your teen does not, let me say that again, your teen does not have a right to online privacy from you as the parent. Because the eventual goal really and truly is to have your child learn self-control and self-monitoring. However, remember that your teen's brain is still developing, as I was mentioning earlier. More often than not, your teen is not ready to handle technology's numerous dangers. Much like our brains, our teens fall prey to risk, sensation-seeking, and novelties. These things, when harnessed correctly, and according to God's design, will enable them to leave home one day. But on the other hand, one of the consequences of sexting is its addiction. Technology is addictive, but especially when it involves sexual imagery. So here are some of the things that you can do to minimize the risk of texting. Have that talk with your child, ongoing conversation about the beauty of sex as God created it. So in other words, according to God's design, emphasize to your daughter that she's worthy of respect and that her body should be treated with respect. Remind her that she also needs to respect the young men in her life. Teach your sons, because it goes both ways, people, the importance of treating girls as sisters in Christ who bear the image of God, and emphasize the need for your son to respect the body God gave to him. Openness, discuss the topic of sexting. Ask your child if he or she knows any kids who are at our school who are sexting. Ask her if anyone ever sent him or her an explicit photo, or ask her to send one, and that is him or her. Ask them thoughts on topics and also how she feel or how they feel about it. Make sure they understand the consequences of sexting. Talk about the heartache that can come from what might seem like harmless sharing of photos. Safety. Let your child know that it's safe to confide in you if they ever has made a mistake in this area. Fear of an explosive reaction never inspires a child to be you. So parents, help from you is most effective when it is given with a balance of grace and truth. True freedom. Remind your child that freedom is found in being trustworthy. Therefore, all electronic devices will be open to your eyes at any time. Consider adopting a nothing to hide policy for electronics in your family without rights to privacy. You may also consider installing a software on your child's devices to help monitor and limit their activities. I know this is a very picky topic, subject, because some people believe the child have a right to privacy, is an invasion of their privacy. But as parents, we have a responsibility to secure them, their safety and security until they reach 18 or even after they reach 18. So the legal reality is to make sure your child knows that there are legal ramifications for sharing sexually explicit photos of a minor, and helping your child to combat teen sexting. If you discover your child has been involved in teen sexting, calmly, and I'm using the word calmly because some parents that sometimes goes out the window, and compassionately review the potential spiritual, legal, and personal consequences of sexting. Because your child likely knows that they did something wrong. And our brains are primed to learn when we make mistakes. So strive for the end result of your conversation to be genuine, remorse, learning, relationship building, and maturing. On your child's phone, block the number of anyone who has shared explicit messages with them. Ask who your child has shared photos with. You may need to speak with the other teen's parents as well to prevent sensitive pictures from being spread. Additionally, we need to help parents. Additionally, help from parents can keep a bad situation from getting worse. It is important to not act aggressively towards the other person. Emphasize the need to build trust. Your first thought may be to take away their phone forever and ground them until college. But regardless of whatever discipline you impose, they need to understand that trust was broken and needs to be re-established. Trust is on continuum. It is not you have it or you don't. There are different levels of trust. Provide measurable goals and verifiable actions so that she must take in order to move up the continuum of trust, and that is she or he. We need to teach our kids how to respond to friends. So what can your child do if he or she discovers that a friend is involved in sexting? the personality of your child could greatly influence their response. You may have a natural born leader or a follower. So as a result, this next step could be easy for some kids and very difficult for others. Help from parents include equipping children to do the following. Respond with wisdom and not judgment. So if a girl who has been sexting reminds your child that many girls text because they have been pressured into it, if this texter is a guy, it may be appropriate to remind him of the possible life-changing damage he could do to a girl if any of the pictures of who go around. Also, let him know about the consequences of sexting according to the law. Tell him that a court might not deal kindly with him if photos of an underage girl were discovered on his phone. So we need to remind the person involved that he or she is a person created in the image of God and therefore of infinite worth. That person deserves to be treated with the utmost respect and should treat others likewise. Encourage the person involved to speak with a parent or another trusted adult. And I want to end by saying that we need to reach out to the recipient of the sexting and make sure he or she is willing to delete all the images. Ask that person. Ask him if this person has sent the photos to others and to act accordingly. Because once you press send people, there is no way of pulling it back, and you have no control where that goes on the internet. A number of employers now are asking to see your Facebook account, both locally, regionally, well, and internationally as well. So one moment of indiscretion can cause you a lifetime of pain and embarrassment and humiliation, not only for you, but for your entire family. I would stick up in there.
All right. Thank you, Officer Inspector Kurt Calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, he's in the hot seat this morning, so you have the questions. Please call 240-1234. That's 240-1234 or 753-1113. For WhatsApp, 737-4673. 737-4673. If you have a question or a comment. Caller, you're on the air. God's morning, welcome.
Morning again, Pastor. Morning to the officer. But thank you for the life that the picture that is shown to people who may not know and the young people who are about to do something. And I myself am asking the young people, stop doing what you're doing, parents. Make sure you know what the children are doing. Make sure where they're at night time. Make sure you take them to the device at night time. Or let them press the night time.
Are you using it? Driver's because your ID card.
Thank you very much, Aruka Bonnet. Thank you, sir. 240-1234, 753-1113. Caller, you're on the air. God's morning, welcome.
Good morning to you, Pastor Sister Agnes, and the inspector.
Kurt Calendar.
Right, the Inspector Kurt Calendar. A very interesting topic this morning, and what I am always concerned about is the children's attitude that as soon as they start to grow up, they begin to confide in other people, in their friends, and it is so easy to kind of lure them away from their parents, and they need to have this closeness, because I noticed with my sister next door, when she was an at-home parent, her children, from the time they reach home from school, she had 5 children. My sister and her husband knew what happened from the time they left home to the time they came home. They hid nothing from their parents. And the parents would talk together. Say, well, if somebody's supposed to go to school, go to the school to talk and so on. They had that. Now my sister has passed and they are there with their parents, with their father. But they are tightly knit. They have never lost this kind of home thing. But children out there, because they don't get that kind of teaching and attention from their parents, they're too quick to gravitate towards other people, and this is terrifying.
Thank you, caller. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. 240-1234. We're keeping it pithy or short. All right. Very important. So let's keep it short. You have a question or you have a comment, this is your opportunity. Caller, you're on the air. God's morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Pastor and Inspector. I
Morning.
think the reason why people saying that children need their privacy so that, you know, they want to generate that type of generation. You know, but I know my children, during the time they had a privacy, you know, they have their own. I would go through everything.
Yes.
That's what you're there for, to protect the children.
Yeah, once you...
And if it's in your home, you're supposed to protect your home. So if your child should be doing something in your home and then the police knock on your door, then you'd be surprised. You don't know what's going on in your house. Right?
Yes.
People themselves, and you know, parents now, like I said it before, this type of thing where they go in and deciding that a child could be who they want to be and have sex and relationship with anything that is created. And that is a serious thing, and people have to keep their eyes open, even to protect the neighbor's children, families. Because I don't want to blame anybody, blame children, or blame parents and say the parents not good and the children not good. No, we need to help them because it affects us too.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. 240-1234. Caller, you're on the air. God's morning. Welcome.
Lord, I find you have when these men, most of these men does involve in music. I wonder if these men are children, especially the children. I know they when I got happened to their own daughters. So therefore we need some of them to put them up on the papers. Put them up, you know, put them on the front papers. But I something I just be very angry about it because I don't have no children, but if you children, I love children. I come from pastors and you said I love children. I remember when my nephew comes there and they were telling me, oh gosh, leave the boy now. I said, no, this is my nephew. And this is how I'm with the children. I very close with children, right? You understand?
Yes.
Okay, bye. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much for sharing. Yeah, we're trying to keep it short. To the point, 240-1234. Caller, you on the air. God's morning. Welcome.
Pastor Johnson, and Inspector Kurt Alexander.
Kurt Calendar.
Kurt Calendar, sorry. Yes, sir. Thank you very much for all this informative,
information.
Information, because I am an elderly person and I didn't have this information. I didn't know how to deal with this sort of situation. But I'm glad that you are posing it and giving people the education to make them know how to deal with this situation, because we have children and, they are sometimes, you want to know whether you should go to your child's room or so, as though you have to respect your privacy, but the way that you are putting this across, make it easy and knowledgeable to us so that we could have a good relation with our children and keep them out of danger. So thank you very, very much for this, and I thank God for this ministry, because the ministry is very exposed to a lot of things that making us wise, know how to deal with situations, and make it good for the honor and glory of God. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brother McKenny Merrick. Thank you, sir. Continuing to take your calls, 240-1234. Caller, you on the air. God's morning. Welcome.
Pleasant good morning. How are you, sir? I just called to compliment another good program.
Thank you.
Another good program. This is the direction in which we parents have to go. I'm so happy that we are realizing that it is a parental problem.
Yes.
All the problem that we are having with crime and all the rest of it, you see the direction in which you are going, Pastor Morris Johnson, that is the only way. We are too often taking up the young pawpaw on the ground, injecting it, hoping that the pawpaw tree stop dropping pawpaw. Let us deal with the pawpaw tree, and the pawpaw tree is going to
Very good. Well put, well put. Pinto, I sure that's your voice. All right. Thank you very much. God bless you, sir. Thank you. Wow. Take a few more quick, to take at least two more quick calls, but you got to be very short. 240-1234. We have to pay some bills, all right? So 240-1234. Otherwise, counting to 10, and if we get a call, otherwise that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. So let's pay the bills quick, and then we're going to, yes, we will...
Simpsons Memorial Limited, number 63 Eastern Main Road, Laventille. Internationally accredited funeral directors and embalmers. A full-service funeral home serving families of Trinidad and Tobago and internationally since 1945. At Simpsons Memorial Limited, we serve with dignity in assisting families in honoring the memory of their loved ones. Our services include professional funeral and pre-planning, burials and cremation, custom-built and imported caskets, coffins and cremation trays, cemetery management, limousines, mourners' cars, grief counseling, web streaming of funerals, fully air-conditioned chapel with live musical accompaniment, full global shipping and receiving of loved ones. We specialize in facial restorations. Call us anytime, day or night, at 623-8688. That number again is 623-8688. Simpsons Memorial Limited. Superior service, always with excellence.
And we truly thank the people at Simpsons. This ministry have affected their lives, and as a result of it, they are plowing back into it. And thank you very much to you all. Thank you very much. Mr. Simpson grew up on this ministry, and for those of you who have heard him over the years, he said exactly that. But let's pay this final one. This is how you can support this ministry and keep it on the air.
Have you heard the power preachers? If not, then join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly of Sangre Grande for the Old Time Gospel Hour program. Pastor Johnson reminds listeners that their faithful love gift for the Old Time Gospel Hour can be placed at any branch of the First Citizens Bank. Account number 795222. And may God richly bless you.
But you gave it anyway. Jesus took
Sinking sun, all other ground is sinking sun.
So as we started this morning, we're going to bring it for a close. Officer, if you could kindly let people know what number they can call if they need to get information or to report a situation, please.
Oh, yes, certainly. Right, so we are also pushing the, if you say something, and we meaning the TTPS, if you see something, say something. So you have 999, 555, 800 tips, and we do have, or you can call the nearest police station next to you, but just in case you do not know the station's number next to you, 999 is fine, 555 is fine, 800 tips is fine, and they would direct your information to the station district in which the report concerns involving a child, whether it's child pornography or any offense or offenses involving children or any offense for that matter. And all those numbers are toll-free. Even if you do not have any money on your phone, you can still get on to 999, 555, and 800 tips, because it is always in the best interest of the child as it relates to we having a responsibility and a mandate to protect our children. They are the future of our nation, and they are amongst the most vulnerable. Somebody did mention put them up or something, persons who interfere. We do have a child offender, a sexual offender registry in Trinidad and Tobago now, and there are certain mandate that once you are found guilty of a sexual offense, that you enter, your name goes on that sexual offender's registry. So I just want to mention that.
Right. Well, I hope they will send you back next. You did a very good job, and you were able to. The people made it very easy for you because they understood what you were saying, and as a result of that, they just commended you. And we thank God for you, and thank God for what He's doing through the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, and to those of you all who are born again believers. We need to keep pressing and understanding that we are the salt and the light. So as we continue to salt this nation and preserve it and shine the light of Jesus over it, we will live and not die and declare the goodness of the Lord.
Amen, Pastor. Amen to that.
Yes. So again, Inspector Kurt Calendar, thank you very much for your presence here with us this morning and sharing. And we're going to catch up with you like tomato, hopefully next week, Tuesday, God's for life. I'll try to see if we can bring you back.
Well,
all right?
Thank you for having me as well. It was a pleasure being here.
Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. The Law and You, every Tuesday morning right here on the Old Time Gospel, our family radio ministry, where we simulcast with the Street 91.9 FM, Sky 99.5 FM, and our own radio station, www.churchofthefirstbornassembly.org. Please go to the First Citizen Bank in your area. The account is in the name of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly, and the account number is 795-222. Again, 795-222. Have the best day of your life because of Jesus Christ, who lived big in you. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. on Sky 99.5 FM and on the Street 91.9 FM on Friday evening at 9 p.m. Thank you for your support.
All other ground is sinking sun. All other ground is sinking sun. His oath, his covenant, his blood support me in the whelming flood. When all around my soul gives way, he then is all my hope and stay. On Christ the solid rock I stand. All other ground is sinking sand.
This concludes the live broadcast with Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. See you next week, and God bless.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Check out the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You every Friday evening from 9 a.m. to 5 a.m. All night prayer live on the Street 919 FM, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He had showeth thee, O main, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and to walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. In the name of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. For further information, call 753-1133 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
The views
views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Together we aspired, and together we have achieved.
We have achieved 6 decades of independence.
We must continue to embrace our watchwords:
discipline,
production, and tolerance.
Our national flag belongs to all of us.
So let us move together, hand in hand,
to create a better
and safe Trinidad and Tobago. Happy 60th Independence to Trinidad and Tobago from the Street 919 FM family.
Happy Independence, TNT.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the Street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the Street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845, 349-5178, or 342-7303.
Tune into the Street 91.9 FM.
Every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
For the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinau Thomas.
The scripture says, and they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in.
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on the Street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.